fighting.
Yeah, I mean, the Spanish just lend himself so much better to fighting than the Alchemists do, so he does want to be further ahead than he is currently. Yeah, Virtus Pro with that one really good fight at mid is certainly looking like they are taking this game into their hands. OG again kind of just victims of this very slow draft, but they're trying to play the map as best they can, and they're doing very well so far, but at the same time, VP is tightening that noose as they start to put the pressure up in the top lane, and OG try to return it in the mid lane, and they're pushing very, very strong, of course, with all these creeps, with the no-tails and presence. Just full out and whack away that tail, so it is looking like
It's getting really close to that E-Blade. It's gonna be nice to burst either the Elder Titan or the Enchantress in the engagements. The other heroes are not gonna be so easy. Maybe if they can get like a lift onto the face of Void and a unstable concoction, they could be able to burst him as well. But if you mess up one of those combos on a phase of Void and he turns around and chronos you, that's always gonna be a disaster.
yeah, there is always that threat. Does Manta get rid of the turn damage?
Yeah, you can dispel it.
Okay, that's pretty nice then. Thank you, Theban, as OG just continuing to knock on the doors of Virtus Pro. Hello, anybody home? It's an interesting game. A very tactical game, it feels like, in the opening match of the series. Who would you say is actually ahead right now? Because obviously, you know, the numbers look all shiny. 5k gold lead for OG, 4k gold lead for OG, but do they have the Alchemist? Who really would you put ahead of at this point?
I think VP Prodigy are doing a great job at keeping up with OG's farming pace. And I think the later this game goes, VP Prodigy do have the stronger fighting capabilities. But OG, like, if they take a fight on your side of the map and VP Prodigy lose that engagement, they're going to lose all their buildings instantly. Got Beastmaster, Morphling, Alchemist, so that's the most scariest part, I think, for VP Prodigy. They got to keep on fighting on the dire side of the map and make OG react to them.
And he has reluctance to come up the river, come up these stairs. Oh, we got a smoke on smoke here. Epileptic Kid, he's going to find a huge Chronos Dip, but no, he gets lifted. He wasn't quick enough. But now they can jump around. The Chronos Dip does eventually come down. The Alchemist on the front of it. Maybe they can bring him down. Meanwhile, RP dragging two heroes into that Chrono. An amazing play from DM to lock down two extra heroes. Oh, dearie me. It comes crashing down for OG Virtus Pro. That is how you Chrono. And DM just grabbing two extra heroes and just scooping them onto the side of the Chrono, classing them onto the side of it. That was beautiful. The hesitation from Epileptic Kid nearly cost them the fight, but in the end, they fix it, they come through, and they have themselves now Roshan's claim as their victory trophy. My goodness, what a play.
Oh wow, that score from that is just absolutely amazing. And I gotta say, OG looked like they could do nothing in that engagement. As soon as VP just threw out all their spells, and you got the Astral Spirit, the Order, the Bolt, there's just too much damage output coming out from VP Prodigy.
There's just too many ultimates in your face to deal with at that point. Yeah, that was, wow, that fight was over before it began. And you could see it setting up for something beautiful as they broke that high ground, but man, I didn't expect it to go that way.
And what we can understand from that engagement is that OG need to start the fight every single time. They cannot be the one getting gone on. I think they would just instantly lose a hero, and then VP Prodigy would just start picking off one by one. They got Chrono, they got RP, even BKBs are not going to save you this game.
But at this point, can they start fights into Aegis?
That's a really difficult thing to do as well. So it's going to buy them plenty of time to wait for that next Chronosphere now for VP Prodigy. They're not looking for a fight either at the moment. They just want that Chrono to be up again before they start running at OG. So OG, they do want to take some kind of map control at least while there's still 1 minute left on that Chrono. But after that, once Chrono's up, I think OG are going to have to start moving back again and just play for this expiration on the Aegis.
In a way, when you're playing into these big cooldown lineups, you kind of need someone to be going out and, you know, forcing them to use ultimates, really. Force them to use ultimates, forcing cooldowns. Unfortunately, you know, whilst Thompson was making a lot of spaces for the Alchemist on this ultimate, at this point in the game, no one's really able to do that. In terms of duos of heroes who can do that together, and when Virtus Pro are playing like this, it's very hard to find. Still, they are being aggressive on OG, interestingly. I mean, they know these ultimates are down for a little bit. The Chronosphere is not available, so they'll take the tier 2 with the space they have. They do have an extra mark down onto No-Tail, though. This might be the consolation prize for Virtus Pro here as GPK gets on top of him. No-Tail with all his little creep army here. He's probably going to lose his life, although, that said, Sentinel's going to slow him down. No-Tail on the run. Can he get himself away? There's an Astral Spirit following him. Torrent will miss. The most high-speed chase I've ever seen. Look at him, into the trees. Give him a sidestep. GPK will see him. He will not.
Normally.
I'm so surprised. He didn't even have boots.
He didn't have boots?
Yeah.
Just bought them in the fountain. Suddenly realized, yeah, I probably need some boots if I'm going to get into that situation again. But just walk away. Apparently,
maybe he did. I think my screen is bugged. It says he has 320 movement speed. So when I clicked that, I'm like, wait, but he was moving a lot faster.
That can happen sometimes. Yeah, he's got 408 on my screen. So,
okay.
Yeah, that's one of those weird bugs. Sometimes the attack and the move speed values are bugged. Anyway, Faces Boys having a bit of fun right here. Doesn't manage to dodge the stun. Very nice. We're on the backlines, but Seb's actually the one who's been put to sleep. That Electric just gets caught and starts wheeling away. We'll try and heal him with a hand of God, but it's not enough. The Torrent Storm comes down, just defending the retreat here for Virtus Pro as they back themselves away. But they might not be done. Epileptic comes in from around the side, looks at No-Tail, gets him with a bit of a cuddle. Oh, drops a Chrono again, catching out the Alchemist, immediately turning to regret. But Saxer is there with the lift to try and throw him out. Can they save mid one though? That is the question. He does have himself a Manta when he gets out of his sleep. Can he get himself away? The Manta pops, disjoints the impetus, and does get himself away. So No-Tail will be the only one to die here. He's going to buy back though in a desperate attempt to try and make this defense work for them. They've got to save. Meanwhile, the backlines, Thompson finds a cheeky little sniping play. Can he get himself away though? Well, he steals that void form, but skewered back into the arms of Epileptic Kid, who happily bashes away at Thompson, taking him down. Another kill for the side of Virtus Pro. He does get the kill onto GPK on the backlines, Thompson, but will also pay with his life.
Well, that was a very interesting fight. Seb realizing that he needs to be the one to start the engagement, immediately blinks in, puts his body on the line. And this Aghanim's from Kunkka. Oh man, I just realized he actually finished this item. I'm not a huge fan of this item. Every time I see it in play, it just doesn't seem like it does anything at all. And in that last engagement, I don't think it actually hit anyone either. When he dropped that spell, Torrent Storm. Ooh.
Yeah, OG kind of just saw it and they were like, oh, okay, we'll just wait here until that one's over, and actually kind of enabled Thompson to make the long wraparound play to then get skill into GPK. So yeah, a bit awkward.
I think Epileptic Kid also made a minor mistake in that last engagement. He left the Chen alive with like, I think 50 HP or something, and he does have that Divine Favor aura on top of the Alchemist with his ulti on. So that could have been the deciding factor if like Alk dies or not, because you get that healing amplification, right? From your items, your ultimate, and such. So you got to make sure that Chen dies in the fights, pretty much. Even though that was a very nice chrono drop by him.
Yeah, it's a shame. He kind of was like, oh, my team will finish him up, but he was on the high ground here, and his team were on like the low ground down here. So with the chrono being at this point, he couldn't actually do much. They had to drop everything onto the man, onto the other. So, a little bit awkward, but still getting away with it. DM, he's being controlled up good and proper here. Two Sentinels just chain locking him down. He's gonna lose his life. A little bit clumsy there. Another Torrent Storm, just, I don't know, cosmetic Torrent Storm feel like at this point.
It's very awkward, these Torrent Storms. I just wish he bought like a halberd or something and use it on the Morphling. It is a range hero. Stopping them from attacking for 5 seconds is a pretty big deal as well. And that last engagement, DM just tried to blink in, make a skewer play, but got caught out instead. So he's gonna be dead. And this is gonna give OG a lot of map control now, because you can see how BB Prodigy are playing it out. They don't got that Aegis any longer. Roshan may start spawning in 2 minutes. OG controlling top and mid area of the map is going to be so big for them. This Aegis is exactly what they need to be able to take fights, because if you have an Aegis, you get chronoed or RP, that's okay. You're always going to want to make your opponent use your big spells when you have the Aegis. So. And Cheese, that's also going to be very good for them too.
Well, let's see how the next few minutes play out with these with this next Roshan being the critical objective, really. And OG feels like they're back in the driving seat somewhat. I mean, they have always been in control of this map, it feels like. Virtus Pro, they're kings of the team fight, but OG is meanwhile, Enchanted is good. The high ground as the boy jumps in, doesn't land the chrono though, as he doesn't really want to, and is now getting controlled up by the Chen. Very annoying, this guy, but with this Satanic, he's just not taking much damage quite yet. Now to jump forward, now dropping the Chrono Sphere onto the Chen and the Alchemist. Once again, the same usual suspect trapped inside that Chrono. Will even drop the RP to make sure they bring him on down. They'll look across the no-tail as well. He's going to put the Hand of God, but will most certainly get taken out. Being on the sidelines, they're looking over towards Thompson, who of course has jumped himself into the middle of the fight, but unfortunately this time can't bring down the Titan, and will run himself away. So a very awkward fight there from OG. Again, these Chronos, you know, as I said, King's the team fight Virtus Pro. They are not going to go down easy.
I don't know what you do when the spells of VP Prodigy are up and all 5 of them are like connected together, right? They get that word on the high ground, they see everything, they drop the Chrono on the Alch. Doesn't matter how much healing the Chen throws out, or if the Alchemist has Chemical Rage on, he's just gonna die.
Yep.
It's just way too much damage on this.
Let's be real, right? That wasn't a great RP, you know? The guy was still Chronos, but I'm pretty sure he still died inside Chronos Sphere. The fact that they can just waste their RP near enough on this Alchemist, you know, the DPS RP, it's kind of just showing how good these team fights are looking for Virtus Pro right now. I guess it all depends on what OG can do now, once these cooldowns are down, because, you know, Roche isn't up just yet, may respawn in 13 seconds, both teams will know this. So it's really about what OG are going to get done on the map at this point. And I mean, it's just a crazy game when we're at 17-4 on the scoreline, yet OG is still feeling like they're the ones going to be in control for the next minute or so. Crazy game.
Roshan is going to be everything now. Maybe that was a tactical play from OG, you know? They wanted them to use the Chrono. You know, Roshan's up when they're alive, and then they go get Aegis and Cheese. Because if they get this Aegis and Cheese, like nothing else is going to matter for OG. They really, really need it.
Galaxy brain shit, but I think he might be right. I mean,
nah.
Now they jump forward. Seb just jumping into his faces right now. I mean, this is just a complete change in tempo from earlier. It really is cat and mouse, but a game of cat and mouse where the cat changes positions every time, every couple of minutes. So into the roast bit we go. OG, yeah, there you go.
D from Thompson too. Bottom up.
There you go.
But the Elder Titan is going to be so hard.
They find themselves a conquer, lift up from Saxa, finding the pick-off here. Look at the damage they're doing as well. The Ethereal Blade though, it's actually going to catch him up. The LP comes down, look it down. The Alchemist could be in some real trouble. You can get away from that Blade again, it might be okay. Meanwhile, Toxin being knocked down to backlines, has to try and play around this one, but he is going to get dropped. Midwatch throwing his face into the mix right now. But even without their ultimates, they're still fine. Virtus Pro take the fight easily. The only hero they nearly dropped is GPK, but he manages to just about survive through it. And Virtus Pro can down with Roshan. Man, I mean, GG. Oh, okay. Well,
that's it.
All right, I guess that's it. I mean,
they need it. They need the Aegis.
Yeah, I think they
couldn't do anything without it.
Wow, that was abrupt. Okay, yeah, well, let's collect our thoughts, even. I mean, what exactly? Why did they choose to GG out then? Because it didn't look like the game was super over.
Right. Well, they needed Aegis. They needed that Aegis no matter what. That's the only way they can continue to play the game, or it was actually their win condition. So they couldn't get that. And the moment they jumped to Kunkka, he had Shivas. Then the enemy also has a Scotty, and he has Spear Vessel. Once they couldn't kill him, he cast all those spells. The healing is all gone, and there was nothing OG can do anymore. And now they're gonna have to fight against a Void with an Aegis and a Kunkka with the cheese. They just don't got the damage to be able to fight into VP Prodigy.
Fair enough, fair enough. With all those cooldowns back as well, it was just looking like a possible climb for OG, so they do decide to call it there. Very out of character for OG, though, I'd say, as they are usually the ones to play down to the very last minute. But there we go. Game number 1 will go the way of Virtus Pro. This series yet to conclude. Stick around as we get into game number 2, but we are going to throw it to a short break, and then we're going to be back with match number 2 of OG versus Virtus Pro here at the Epic League Division 1.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Start it up. if you tried, you wouldn't understand it. Maybe something's missing inside of you. Just a bit of sugar to that horrid bitter. Maybe you taste different. Hold up, baby. I can sit beside you while you're going on about your simple life. Nothing left you thinking that maybe you're not different. Go on, blow up your ego, your undenying, undying ego. Oh, look here he goes, stepping on toes with his humble lacking everlasting ego. I guess it never hit you. Our conversation takes two, paying it some interest from time to time. Inside all that greatness and all of your adventures, you're all alone. Hold up, baby. I can sit beside you while you're going on about your simple life. Nothing left you thinking that maybe you're not different. Go on, blow up your ego, your undenying, undying ego. Oh, look here he goes, stepping on toes with his humble lacking everlasting ego. Oh, here he goes, here he goes, here he goes. Oh,
come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Heroes. So they had Spirit Vessel, they had Eye of Scotty, and they had Shiva's Guard queued up on Kanka at one moment. I'm not sure if he even finished that, but yeah, OG tried to play Dota when there was Chronosphere on cooldown. Try to go for like tier 3 tower. They had only 2 kills in it. I didn't feel like OG was playing Dota. I think they were just, hitting creeps, not caring too much about team fights. They just wanted to kind of end the game, and they did it in a style called out GG, premature GG called by OG. I would say definitely not what I expect from them.
Yeah, I think that game was actually like a little bit harder than it looked. I think Virtus Pro made it look really easy because the chronos were good.
Yeah.
If you mess up a couple of those chronos, that game would have gone very poorly. But like that game-winning chrono, when I felt like it was totally over, was when they got that like deep chrono on the dire side, right when 1437 was talking about how like they can't lose a fight on their side of the map, because if they do, they are going to lose all their buildings, which was very true. So they had these really deep wards by the base that spotted the couriers going to where OG was.
Yeah.
And that's why he just like YOLO dove in there for that chrono. And then it was just like, oh, okay, this game's over now.
Yeah,
Right?
It was a sick 2-man RP by DM, which pulled them into the Chronosphere. But the way Faceless Void itemized, going Mask of Madness, Manta style Scotty, and then disassembling Mask of Madness, getting a full Satanic, even without Chronosphere, he can still fight. Like at that point, if he messed up Chronospheres between like 15 to 25-minute mark, it would be a problem. But at the later stages of the game, considering how farmed he was, they don't rely on Chronosphere to win a team fight.
Yeah, it seemed like the target selection from Virtus Pro was on point also. Like every big 5v5 fight, you'd see Alchemist and Morphling die in pretty quick succession with each other. Like they knew the big targets, they found them, they killed them, and that was part of that secret to success. Is the Silencer enough of a combo breaker here? Confidence in terms of Silencer being the counter to what we saw in game 1?
Possibly. I personally love to play a lot of position 3 Silencer. I think it's a very viable pick. Knowing OG, they might do it. It could be a mid Silencer. This is a hero that really scales, and I think it suits their playstyle, where they're just going to run at people, keep fighting all the time. Even though he has a long cooldown ulti, he can still join a team fights, and the damage coming out from Silencer should not be underestimated. But it's a good combo breaker. First like 30 minutes until people start to get Manta Styles, BKB, Lotus Orbs, then he starts to fall off.
And Dark Willow, okay, saw this banned last game, now picked up for OG after banning out Viper Kunkka.
Yeah, still a little bit of mystery here, right, between their players and these heroes, so nothing completely set in stone.
But Willow Treant, that sounds like a pretty good lane combo, and also just a synergistic duo throughout the mid game for team fights. And VP looking pretty similar to last game. Magnus, Void, Enchantress. I recognize these heroes.
Yeah, I was doing my job, watching the game, being there during the pick phase, and if it's not broken, don't fix it. For the other team, Dark Willow and Silencer, these are great heroes against the Faceless Void, great disengagement against the Chronosphere, and this looks like a position 2 Silencer to me.
Yeah. I wonder if the Mars was kind of tempting, but it's just like with the Magnus and the Void, like it's too much AoE, so it makes Mars' game kind of weird, I guess, with the Arena, so then with the Sand King instead.
Well, I do like this from Virtus Pro, though. Both games now they're choosing to pair this Faceless Void with somebody that has a lot of synergy. Last game, it was really the Elder Titan, I think, and some of the Kunkka. Now Invoker with the Void will have that Sunstrike combo. Cataclysm also quite big. And
I kind of hope it's the Alacrity
Meteor-
and the Solar Crest too.
Hey, there you go. Yeah, Alacrity Solar Crest. Buff up that Void even more.
With the Glimmer Cape build on the Invokers. I've been liking that a lot from the mid Invokers
Dude.
lately on the Quaswex.
That sounds sick.
Yeah,
I'll
it's very
say
nice.
something a bit different here. It could possibly be a very good. I'm gonna rush Lotus Orb on Invoker. Like this is the best item Virtus Pro can get on their team against the Sanking Stun, against Dark Willow. Dark Willow doesn't get to play Dota against the Lotus Orb. Same goes for Silencer and Treant Protector. They're gonna need multiple of those. Easy to dispel things. A lot more stuns control coming out from OG in this time. So Faceless Void will need to be more careful, especially against the Silencer. 2 root mechanics against him and Magnus, so they can't move. Also, Silencer, extremely good hero against the Faceless Void with the Arcane Curse. So if you use a Time Walk, it's going to proc multiple times. So you need to be very careful about it.
It feels like they're missing just like a little bit of damage on OG, right? Like if they don't have the Bedlam going until Silencer actually like gets into that bigger stacks and everything, it feels like they still need a pretty heavy hitter at the end here.
Elder Titan banned out this time by OGs. They think about the final ban, and it's Skywrath Mage. So afraid of a little more magic damage and a snap pick from VP. It's the Phoenix. So they're going with a kind of double bubble strat here, even more team fight.
Such a great Phoenix game. They don't have an egg hitter. Like none of these heroes can get close and actually hit the egg. It's going to be a huge problem for them.
Silencer does get some attack speed eventually, right? He's like, he's okay.
Yeah, but Silencer's not going to stand his ground in front of the egg and try to hit it while there's Invoker, Faceless Void, and Mang. They have very nice ways of protecting the egg with these heroes.
All right, so last pick Snapfire. Is that what you're calling here, Lacoste? We're going to little shredder this egg?
I think she got banned first phase, so that might be her.
Well,
he's definitely not hitting the egg, that's for sure.
Yeah, not your egg hitter.
They needed nuke though. They got the nuke damage.
Yeah, so and Thompson takes the Tiny, which means mid one will be on the Silencer. And Seb picks up the Sand King. Well, again, boys, predictions here. What are we thinking? Lacoste 2-0. Anyway, we're going to a third game.
Yeah, I'm
gonna call this
a 2-0, where I don't think they have enough pressure. It's a very fast lineup from OG, but this is a type of lineup that just relies on kills. Like, how are you going to deal tower damage? Tiny does some, but I'm a bit afraid they don't have enough. It's like we want to constantly fight. We have Tiny, we have Silencer, Dark Willow, but it just seems very one-dimensional to me.
To look at another way, though, they have very long cooldowns as well on Virtus Pro. Like, they just played super well. So I am still kind of leaning towards them because this lineup's, like, so standard. But, you know, if they can punish the Chronos, the RPs, the eggs, now, mind you, there's a good chance at least one of those spells will probably be up, assuming they're not. They probably don't even need all 3 of those big ultimates to 5-man wipe you if the fight starts out poorly for OG. So, yeah, I'm favoring the 2-0 as well. But OG, like, this has to be one of those crazy team secret style games where they're just like diving towers at like 8-9 minutes and just obliterating the early game.
All right, we'll see if they can do it. Once again, we've got Nomad and 1437. Boys, it's your turn.
Howdy, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, we're getting into this second game, and it's kind of like a complete U-turn for OG, starting with a ton of aggression, and then kind of compared to the last game where they just had like loads of greed. I mean, this team kind of definitely shaking things up, Theben.
They definitely have shaken things up, but I don't know if this is in the right direction. I feel like they need to find like the middle ground there. Right now, I feel like if this game goes to the late game, Invoker gets Aghanims, every Chrono, OG's just dead. They have no saves in their lineup. They don't have this super hard carry. They have a Silencer carry. He can't protect himself. He can't get away from much. So OG, they've really put all the pressure on themselves. They got to dominate the first 10, 15 to 20 minutes, like really, really hard. Get every possible Roshan. And the problem is they don't even have Roshan dam on OG's side.
No, you're right. They don't. I mean, they are really relying on their team fight ability, and they want to roll this game. That's what I'm picking up here. That's what I'm sensing. They just want to roll this game, and they want to find their momentum. They want to fight, and then they just don't want to stop fighting. I mean, this very much feels like OG. So after last game, they were just like, we can't fight. It's so boring. We just want to kill each other. All right, let's just go for a draft which only does that. That's the approach here in game number 2. As VP moving into the enemy side of the map with the smoke. Will they find anything here? doesn't look like, I mean, currently OG are huddled under their tower, but we'll see if there is
a lot.
any action to take place. One thing I do like is they've got a lot of answers to this void outside of Chronosphere. Obviously, the Chronosphere goes. Hold on. There's a little bit of a kerfuffle taking place as they jump forwards onto mid one. Oh, dear me, there's a lot of damage coming through onto the silencer. Can they finish him off, though? It doesn't look like they can. DM really wants it, but he might have gone a bit too far from him, as the rest of the team are not really that committed to getting this kill onto the silencer. And now OG looking to maybe turn around with some hits. A little bit of a kerfuffle results in not much, really. Just a lot of damage taken from poor old mid one. And the Silencer and the Phoenix also dropping and the Magnus getting a little bit low there, but nobody falling. No first blood just yet. Just a little bit of patty cake being played.
Yeah, that is
the bounty. Oh, it does result in 3 runes for OG.
I have seen. It's like a top tower where 4 heroes on both sides are. I don't even know how they ended up getting there, but yeah, this looks like just 3 runes for OG gonna be a nice start for them. They're gonna need things like that. They're gonna need to get all the bounty runes, every small advantage they possibly can get. And I feel like Saksa, he's gonna have to go off this game alongside with Thompson and just keep on solo killing people, essentially.
More or less, yeah, more or less. Well, Seb heading down to this bottom lane. He's going to be playing on the Sand King along with Saxa, and Epileptic Kid and Ilias are going to be the responses there. But yeah, I did just want to mention, tab briefly on the fact that I like some of their answers to the Faceless Void, because they have got all of these routes available from both the Tree and the Dark Willow, and this is going to allow them to possibly get easier kills on the Faceless Void than last game, because obviously that's going to stop him being able to get off the Time Walks. When his last game, their idea was to kind of throw the time dilation back in his face, which kind of worked until the late game. He gets that Satanic and he kind of just kicked off anyway. So again though, you know, these Chronosphere answers are not really there, and again, they don't have any egg hitters as such either. I mean, do you envision them having some big egg problems this game?
Oh yeah, definitely. Egg problems, they're gonna have problems with the bottom though. Faceless Void. Woo!
Wow. Okay, well
that's a good start.
There's the first example of that route not being available. Sorry, the Time Walk not being available because of the route.
So egg is going to be a problem. Invoker with Aghanims, I think that's going to be the biggest problem, because they're going to have RP and the Chronosphere that's going to be able to blow heroes up with the Cataclysm in this game. So I'm looking out for GPK here. This is going to be his show, I think, in this game, especially if they're going to be focusing the Faceless Void.
Yeah, and he could really use a confidence boost after last game. You know, it was a pretty rough showing from him, uncharacteristically having a pretty rough time. The lane didn't quite go how he wanted. After the first 5 minutes, he was dominating, but then he let his lead slip, and he was really feeling a little bit unimpactful throughout the game. But, Seb down to the bottom lane, going onto the Faceless Void. Do they have the damage to bring him down? They don't, and the Faceless Void will be able to time walk himself away. So this time the trade goes in the other direction, and OG are the ones who lose their hero.
Get Sal back up. Epileptic Kid, it's as if nothing has happened to him in this lane. He even have to use his own regen. Yeah, everything is back to normal now. Down in this lane.
It is. Balance has been resumed. So they do get the first blood gold on the side of OG, so maybe a little bit richer for them.
How's the Silencer lane looking?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to ask. How is the Silencer lane doing? Well, so far so good. He's got himself a ton of last hits. Once again, save. Just trying to mess with the creeps as much as possible. But Midone's actually taking Tame out of the lane to chase his Phoenix with Icarus Dive. So don't know about that one, Chief, but nevertheless, he will return to this lane. But how do you think the Silencer's going to do in the mid game here? Because carry Silencer isn't something we're used to seeing.
Yeah, he's got a snowball, right? He's got to get a lot of items like power treads, hurricane pike, mobility, just be able to go in and out of engagements, maybe even a blink dagger, so he can dodge some time walk chronospheres. I think that's the only way that he's going to be able to save himself, pretty much. So he's off to a good start. He's got good last hits, but I don't think this Magnus is pressured at all at the moment. He's got like 2 range creeps in front of him. The wave is in front of the tower, so he's quite happy, I must say. And DM, man, I can't believe they're giving DM Magnus. Like, this man is just an absolute beast with this hero, and he always somehow manages to not get punished in the offlane.
Yeah, I mean, I've been following DM quite closely since his days. I think he started out in just a bunch of different CIS stacks. When you're talking about CIS players, it's always a safe bet to assume they've been in Team Empire at some point, but he was in Aachen City Esports Club with Funnick and some German players, and then that got picked up. I mean, he's always been a very standout player, though, in my eyes, and it's fun to see him playing with his VP stack, where he's really being enabled by this team. Plays a terrifying Magnus, and yeah, if you guys are interested, his tanking as well is also something to be feared. Another one of his standout heroes for sure. In my eyes, but yeah, 2 mag performances is not something I'm going to be upset about from this guy.
And this Mag Void just feels like such a strong, like, impossible to deal with combo. You got this Chronosphere, you know, the enemy carry is always going to be pressured by that, and then the Void just farms insanely quickly as well. Bottom though, Saksa and Ilias getting quite low.
Oh, he actually gets finished
nice
off.
snipe.
The 2 points in Shadow Realm are enough to finish the job. Down goes Ilias.
Looked really smooth getting that kill on the Enchantress. It's going to be nice. They're going to need to keep getting these small kills like this. Thompson is going to be rotating a lot though this game compared to last game on his Morphling. He just kind of sat middle. He can't really rotate with a hero like Morph, but Tiny though. Here we go, bottom, Epileptic Kid. So I'm level 4, Thompson's 5. This is a very early rotation.
It's huge, yeah. Let's see if they can make anything happen from this one as they go down the route. The avalanche toss, my goodness, he just disappears. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, they get him. Wow.
Completely unexpected from Epileptic Kid. No, there's no other mid player that rotates at 5 minutes. Like, it just doesn't happen. Normally, they might rotate at 6 minutes with a power rune, but at 5 minutes with a bounty like that, it's just level 5. And the main reason because GPK just got like 2 free waves from all of that, right? So generally, you don't want to give the enemy mid that much free farm.
Just Thompson things, having some fun with it, playing around. But yeah, GPK will be the
power rune. Big engagement out of power runes here.
I didn't manage to get to the arcane in time. Yeah, Save and the Invoker both getting on top of him, forcing him back and giving that arcane rune to GPK. Never fun to play into this arcane rune, that's for sure.
Yeah, GPK is just having an absolute blast now. I think he's gonna keep on getting free farm this lane. He went for the Quasp Wex build. This is what we normally see with Void. Like, you want to be able to fight early on. You have a Magnus on your lineup, so you don't want to go Exor and be a burden to your team as well. But then later on, you're going to start scaling into your Exor when you have your Ags ready. You're going to have like that perfect build already to be able to blow people up Cataclysm.
One of my favorite combos as well when you're playing with Silencer into Phoenix is dropping the global silence as he tries to Icarus dive away, so he can't cancel the Icarus dive, and he just comes swooping straight back into where he was. I mean, I hope
exactly.
That's one of my favorite interactions.
There's also a point I was gonna make. Actually, Seb just kind of dive bottoms. GPK TP'd in to that creep skipping offlaner.
There you go, a rotation in from the Invoker. I mean, he is cross-wex, so it is to be expected, but yeah, again, helping out the Faceless Void in this bottom wave as he makes his way back towards mid and saved.
And those are
whilst he's away.
Those are very clean rotations, right? Because you're just using your TP, you know it's a guaranteed kill, so you just kill him and instantly go back to the mid lane. There was literally like no risk for GPK at all for that play, so very nicely done. And what I was gonna say was, yeah, it's very rare that you see people pick Phoenix into the Silencer just because of, you know, the global effect, but also last word. If you last word Phoenix when you're going on him, he cannot dive out because he'll just come right back because he gets instantly silenced and he's not going to be able to end his dive pretty much.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is it's just causing so many problems for Save here. He's being so annoying, just interrupting the stacks and being just generally being an OG player. Really?
Yep.
Tops him with the Invis rune. Doesn't have much mana though, so no combo potential until he gets a couple of bold charges in. But could look for a cheeky toss play. No, he's just gonna pop it. He wants the mana more than he wants the...
he wants a 3-stack here. Take it away from the enemy. Very good play. If the enemy has a lot of creep stacks, you should definitely go and get it. It's like the same thing as stealing away your opponent's bounty rune. Pretty much.
Meanwhile, DM, he's in pretty deep here. His mid one and Saxa get on top of him and should be able to secure this kill onto the Magnus, just making sure they find it with the Bramble Maze, and he won't be able to navigate it successfully as he does lose his life. So, yeah, it's laning phase, making some really nice plays on the side of OG to bring themselves ahead, and this is what they need to do. They really do. Another thing about that stack, by the way, is it's another reason it's really good to take it at this point, especially, is because it stops the enemy finding all their neutral items through one stack, which I think is actually quite a really hard. Jumping forward onto Phoenix. My goodness, that's a lot of damage coming out from Topson. Can he finish the job? No, he can't. The Fire Spirits and Tiny's abysmal attack speed causing difficulties. Another drop down the Chronosphere to try and bring down this Tiny with 4 heroes surrounding him. Topson will return to the gravel. See you later, Tiny, as he gets taken down in the mid lane and a bit of an overextension. Could you call this space? I'm not sure.
I don't think I can. I think that was a very nice kill from Epileptic Kid. He really didn't want to stay in the bottom lane any longer. He would be farming much slower. He wants to move closer to the Magnus and just start farming jungle creep. So I think Topson just kind of gave him a reason to do so. It was a good try though to try to get the Phoenix, but it was very unfortunate he was not able to complete the kill.
Yeah, wasn't able to make anything of it. And now, well, once again, more poking and prodding coming out from the side of OG as they're looking towards GPK and Save, just chasing them out this triangle. Man, they really want to just take over this safe area of the map.
This is
they
so
really
good.
don't want them there.
They gotta do this, right? They can't let the Magnus and Faces Void just set up shop here and just start farming away. They got nice sentries, or they should start planting some sentries in here so that VP can't take the area back with some vision. Mid one actually went for Midas this game. Okay, I don't know when the last time I saw like a carry go Midas and actually win games. It might have been like a Void or something in a completely free game, but other than that, it's just not an item anymore. Hand of Midas.
Really? Why is that?
Too expensive
about the item.
Well, it's way too expensive and it doesn't give you any stats, right? So you're not tankier or anything like that. It just kind of helps you deal damage and farm a little bit faster. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you like if the attack speed on Silencer with the glaives, so that aspect of it's kind of nice, but I don't rate it. Meanwhile, Supernova's going to get dropped here actually as they jump forward onto Topson. Tiny trying to get himself away. The impetus is doing a decent amount of damage, but Ilias, oh, he's got to be careful. The Avatos comes out, and that is one dead little deer stuck in the headlights as OG get the strike and move themselves away. But of course, they're not moving away from this triangle. Oh no, this is the OG area of the map, and they are making sure that Virtus Pro know about that, and they are not going to be playing in this area for much longer.
Yeah. Seb is also up here. They really want to take this top tier 1 tower so they can just start sitting in the triangle. This is very different, right, compared to all the other games that you normally watch. Most of the time, teams are trading tier 1 towers, top and bottom, but OG, they want the top tower. They know this is like the protector of the triangle, so get rid of it, take over the enemy triangle. But VP Prodigy, VP already have Epileptic Kid in the bottom triangle instead, farming away over there with the Empower.
Yeah, and DM as well, you know, as much as I love his Magnus, it doesn't do that much this early on in the game, you know, it just doesn't have the way into the fights, especially when you're looking at the heroes on the east side of OG, you know, you can't just walk into this fight and land an RP, you're going to have to get the blink. He wants the mech beforehand, of course, wants to have the item jump. Actually, Sax is just going for the solo kill hill, getting in front of him to make sure he gets dragged back, he's going to be able to do it. Oh my goodness, the solo kill from Saxa. Playing it out here, but now the Chronosphere gets dropped down. Epileptic Kid with another fantastic Chrono does get caught in the Bramble Maze, which might stop him being able to finish off mid one here. Gets a flash, Fear comes down though, saves him. Saxa making the plays, will give his life for it, but saves mid one in the process. Totally worth it. Wow, what plays coming out from this Dark Willow down in the bottom lane? Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, this is exactly what we said. Saxa is going to have to go ham and start solo killing people at some point in this game. They want to win this, but Epileptic Kid making a mistake just like last game. He should have finished off that Dark Willow before he went for the Silencer, because Saxa managed to get his stick off and get that Fear and get Silencer out of there. I think if they killed the Dark Willow first and together with the Invoker they went for mid one, he would have died.
Yeah, but that Fear was able to come through because he went for the bigger target. He's a greedy boy, this Epileptic Kid. He really is. And now, well, Supernova just going to be jumped onto the Silencer's face. He drops down the ultimate, but can't fight into this because of the cold snap, so he can't bring down the Supernova. That is a wasted global silence. And No-Tail might be going down here as well. Pops his ultimate as well. OG just throwing everything at this worthless fight. And they're going to end up losing both the heroes all the same. Topson, he's looking for the cheeky play on to save here. Avatos combo, it's not quite enough to finish the job, but with the tree throw it will be. GPK looking for a bit of revenge. Not sure we'll be able to find it though. With Ilias here, they do have a decent amount of damage. Topson just trying to keep close to the impetuses, and now, oh, Seb tries to come in with the stun, but gets blasted back by the deafening blast, and unfortunately cannot help out his teammate. Oh, a bit of feeding going on from OG.
Oh, that defense on the bottom tower, it was just so nice. And meanwhile, Epileptic Kid is just able to farm on the entire time. Saksa, though, he's trying to be annoying. He's blocking the Ancient Camp with his body.
DM goes down at bottom. Epileptic Kid, he's getting frustrated here, popping that Mask of Madness, and Willow's just like, oh, yeah, okay. Oh, even trying to find the courier. My goodness. I mean, Epileptic Kid's wasting so much time trying to chase this little fairy, and she's just taunting him. Maybe they can get the kill with GPK coming over. Another Shadow Realm being popped here. Has the fear, but unfortunately has no mana anymore, so surely this is the end of Saksa. He's performed admirably, but will eventually fall.
Epileptic Kid, he wasn't going to just keep on hitting creeps. He was going to chase that Dark Willow down, knowing that GPK is coming in hot with that haste rune. And now they're going to probably have to trade towers here. But mid is already dead though. Mid one does not have a TP available to be able to come on top, so Seb is just going to use Sandstorm, sit on the corner of it, and be able to blink out if VP actually commit to the tower.
Yeah, VP aren't interested though. They're just happy to get their triangle back. Their beloved triangle.
Oh, smoke though. Interesting. Chrono is up, but Epileptic
really
just wants to keep on farming. Yeah,
He does. I think that's probably the right call. I think bringing 4 heroes to this movement might be questionable. I don't know, we'll see how it works out. It's all about efficiency though when you're trying to make these plays into games which are as high pace as this, you know, if you can bring less heroes to kill.
OG are also smoking.
Feel quite nice. Ooh, they are.
They got global available too.
They do.
And they got two blinks too. Sanking and Tiny both got blink. This is OG online right here.
Yeah. And they found DM. Great target to find. Global Silence going to be popped to make sure he can't pop any RP shenanigans, and just dropping down the ultimates onto him, bring down that Magnus, and find the clean kill. And this is a huge kill as well, because it's so deep into the enemy side of the map that now, once again, they're losing ground. They're losing space to farm in. It's very costly for Virtus Pro to lose this, but they are looking for a counterplay here, I think. A lot of heroes huddled up in the trees together, getting snuggly as they see No Tail. Got down the Cold Snap with the Sun Ray. That's a lot of damage onto poor old No Tail. He is going to lose his life. Tries to go for the ultimate again. Loves throwing down a couple of these fat R's.
And here they're gonna rotate back towards the mid lane. They know VP is stuck around the bottom area of the map. They're walking through the vision as well, VP here. So they might actually take a fight with Thompson's Blink Dagger.
Yeah, Midwind's not afraid though. He's just sticking himself in the middle. This is why, because Seb's coming for the backstab play. Doesn't quite have the backup just yet. Thompson comes in though, but they do manage to get off the Supernova. Mid1, he's looking over towards the egg. Can they finish the off in time? Yes, they can. RP's not enough to save it. The egg falls. Ilias doing a decent amount of damage to Thompson, but now with actually Saksa coming in, they can just drop the Enchantress in a flash. And that is going to be 2 big kills on both the supports going down, and Virtus Pro can no longer defend this middle tower, at least for the time being.
Very good fight again for OG. These Blink Daggers, they're starting to really shine right now for Sanking and the Tiny. Epileptic Kid gonna get kicked out of the jungle bottom now.
Big target, stun comes out. Thompson comes in as well. He doesn't get off the time walk in time, finally throws it out. It looks like he's going to spot, although Thompson's not done yet. They're just going to drop the Chrono straight onto Thompson's face, so punish the overextension with the tier 2, and they'll be able to take him down. That is pretty costly there from Mr. Thompson.
Oh, that is so costly. Such a big kill too. I feel like the kid had like a sliver of HP there.
Trapped really nicely by Sega. Tornado as well. Did they find the kill? Oh my goodness, that was sick. But now they jump into the front lines here. OG actually committing to this one, 3 onto 5. This can't work out well. Mid one's gonna lose his life. GPK looking onto No Tail. I don't understand why they're throwing bodies at this fight. They're really adding fuel to the fire. And another log gets burnt up as No Tail trying to work his way through the tree lines here. Needs to get to the safety of those precious woods, but I don't think he's going to find it. And even the Sunstrike's finish it off. No, never mind. Ilias will take it with an impetus. But it's going to be 4 heroes killed off over the space of a minute from OG as they start hemorrhaging down here at bottom. Oh, okay. Yeah, he gets the cheeky one.
Yeah, while GPK was chasing Seb over there, OG actually went onto the Faceless Void with the Overgrowth, and that's why they got stuck. They weren't really throwing their bodies, but they couldn't retreat any longer, right? The heroes are very slow, so while they're retreating, everybody would just get massacred anyway, so they try to stand their ground and fight and maybe get more traits that's favorable to them, but they just couldn't. Invoker just dealing way too much damage alongside the Magnus there. Alacrity Invoker is starting to kick in.
The obnoxiousness from OG here, though. You know, we just lost 4 heroes. Do we care? No. We're still diving in tier 2s. Topson, he's like, yeah, you don't have Chronosphere. We know your game. Sax could get jumped here, though, once again, with that Sunray, with this Cold Snap combination, and now DM's going to come in and finish the job with a skewer and a right click. Down goes poor little Saxter. This is a bit too much. Oh, let's go for the ultimate here. They might be able to do it. Global Silence comes in as well. They're trying to bring down the Faceless Void. Do they have the best potential to do so? Doesn't look like it. And actually, they just turn around and straight up murder Seb. Okay, this isn't how this was meant to go. Topson as well, in some trouble. He's going to get finished off. And the rest of OG can but leave as mid one goes for the TP away. And we'll get out safely.
I hate to say it, Nomad, but this is looking a lot like OG running out of gas now. I think not being able to kill that Faceless Void with a committal of Epicenter and Global Silence and trying to throw all their heroes at him is that's a very bad sign. And right now, VP, they feel extremely comfortable to just get out on the map, push out the lanes aggressively, maybe even push towers if they want to, because the big skills on OG are on cooldown. The mech, it was like the mech plus the magic wand just made it enough for the Void not to even be close to dying.
Yeah. Yeah, he was absolutely.
They also got
there,
the, they also got the Sunray too, right? They can just throw on to whoever gets jumped later.
Yeah, I mean, Sax has been feeling quite invincible because he can jump into the fight, pop the Shadow Realm, and then, in theory, be immune from damage. But with the Cold Snap on him and the Sunray as well, that's definitely proving not the case.
This game,
this high tempo from OG is really kind of coming back to bite them here.
Ooh, Manta completed now on the Void too. That's gonna be able to dispel the Suns or the Overgrowth, and he doesn't even need to buy damage items in the game. He's got the Magnus and Power, then he's also got Alacrity that's gonna be thrown on top of him. So as long as he just keeps on buying items that keeps him alive, the damage output will just come so naturally from the spells of VP.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Yeah, it's safe to say they've failed to really shut down this Void. He's still doing very well in net worth, got himself the items he needs to be a factor.
Another small.
It's all about how they control him in the fight. As Topson jumps in once again, immediately going in for the Faceless Void. Faceless Void's absolutely fine though, and they'll drop the Supernova down as well. I played the kid baiting down the Chrono. Realizes he didn't even need to use it because Topson's out of mana. All he can do is try and run himself away. Now they see him, and now they can take it down. Meanwhile, on the backlines, No-Tail gets killed off by Ilias, but Topson's the one who's going to get finished off by Electric Kid. Meanwhile, they'll chase down Saxa, save on the run. Seb's going to come in with the stun though, and actually the Sunstrike's going to miss because he's going back in. Saxa doesn't have a care in the world, but he is going to get finished off by Save, just due to the flames, it seems. Meanwhile, Seb trying to play around here. They know where he is. They've got the dust. Bow strike up the high ground. Epileptic Kid will follow them. This is going to be another kill going their way, and that's going to be 4 down on the side of OG. Man, Virtus Pro. Is there any stopping them at this point? I'm not too sure.
I mean, this is what we talked about. 20 minutes. That's what OG had. The only goalie they were able to build up, it was about 3K, I want to say, before they started running out of steam. So that's what it looks like right now. They're going to take the tier 1 tower. This is the first tower going away of VP. And if they feel really frisky, or I don't know what the right word is, but they can just go for Roshan.
I like that word. I like frisky. Yeah. Get frisky. Go visit Roshan. Spend the night.
Exactly. I think that's that could be a really nice play from them too. They got so much damage up right now, and just picked up a People's Gift on the Void too. More HP. You saw what happened in that last engagement. The Tiny went in, Avalanche toss combo onto the Void. He just clicked his Time Walk, full healed, pop Time Dilation, and then this Tiny just was like, all right, I guess I'll die now.
Where was the global silence? I really feel like OG were waiting for the global silence there. Like, there's no way Topson makes that play unless he's expecting that to stop the Supernova, to stop the Time Walk. I feel like
he's got Manta, right?
Maybe.
So the dilation, won't even matter at that point. Just pops Manta Dilation, then boom, the Tiny is just walking stone essentially.
All right, give me some good news for the OG fans out there. You know, they're feeling pretty glum. Game 1 was a bit of a wash. Game number 2 not looking too great either. What can they do to turn this one around? Is there any hope for this team?
They gotta smoke. Okay, they gotta go into a backline. Maybe pop like a Phoenix. Going on the Faceless Void is just no longer an option. He's too tanky. He's got heals from his allies. So they gotta get the support. Maybe the Phoenix or even the Invoker. Invoker would be actually probably the best kill. He's only got a Spear Vessel, and he's going for a Solar Crest this game to try and boost up his Void some more first. So I think it would be a good idea to just make the smoke gank and hit on the Invoker, and maybe VP, if they try to fight it anyway, I think they're going to lose that engagement.
Yeah, and it's interesting. We expected him fully to go for an Axe this game, but he is committing to the Solar Crest, as you say, to buff up his Void. Could be a really
Right.
easy pick up on the backlines, and obviously with the global silence, you can hopefully deal with the supernova, but
I think he's looking at his levels at the moment and how he's scaling up. Like this cold snap has been very useful against the tiny and the dark willow in the engagement. So he decided to level that up some more with his claws, and then after his solar crest, I think we'll see him either go for like a BKB or an Aghanims. We've seen right now they don't need this Ags to even kill all these heroes anymore, right? So that's probably an item that they will decide to buy later on in the game. I thought this game would be a lot closer than it is at the moment, so the Aghanims would have been like that game-changing factor, or even in the late game, I think it's still going to be a very big thing. It's like a secret weapon, you know, BP are holding on to if it gets worse.
yeah, they've always got that to fall back on, especially in the late game. We're certainly going to see it if this game gets to the Invoker getting to 25 for the max points and exhaust. So for now, we shall have to wait patiently. Shame. I do like casting some good old cataclysms. They're very shiny, very fancy, but not today. We've got plenty of other ultimates though, so I certainly won't complain. The RP gonna have Blink available hopefully quite soon. Did decide to go for the Guardian's Breeze first, which makes a lot of sense when you're playing in Silencer.
I like it. I like it a lot. It makes him extremely tanky. It makes your team tanky. It's got that cloak available too. Not even going for the blink. I love this playstyle of Magnus over the, hey, I'm just gonna go for the big fancy RP and, you know, get like 4 people.
Oh, at least get the bounty. Didn't even get the bounty. Dying for nothing, but we'll get finished off. Once again, Cold Snap Sunray, just too much for Saxa to deal with, and he will go down for his greed. Meanwhile, No Tail, he's chilling. He can't be seen? He can't be seen here. Okay, alright. Trees just being trees. Very cool. He does it again. Okay, now they see him. He's going to pop the ultimate. Meanwhile, Seb jumping in, trying to find the kill onto Enchantress with that ultimate. But meanwhile, the Chronosphere on the backline, dropping onto the Tiny. He can't survive it. He's gone down. Topson is out of the equation. And mid one, he's just having to run away. This is their carry. This is their big boy. And he is looking like a little baby boy indeed. As he's going to get chased out of the fight. The Seb goes down as well. And mid one just runs away with his tail between his legs. Saxa boying back into this one, actually seen by Apoplectic Kid. But they want Roshan. They want the bigger target. And this game, I mean, it really is feeling like, I mean, Virtus Pro are just like the big chads back from the gym, and OG are just kind of children of this one. They can't seem to take this fight. Surely they could dig deep and find this magic, but oh, this is not the magic we're looking for. And even the global silence comes out as well. Oh, goodness gracious, this is a bit of a disaster, Theban. Not exactly how we expected this one to go. Well, how some people expect it to go, I guess, but yeah, I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, they got the BKB on the Void, pretty much unstoppable. Alacrity and power plus Solar Crest, always going to be thrown onto the Void. He's going to have an insane amount of DPS. They're going to get Aegis now, and the lines are being drawn. Alright guys, next up, we're going to take these 2 towers. They can't fight us. Let them come into us, and we're just going to destroy them. I think this is what BB Project are thinking. OG, they really need to get this Invoker, man. He's the big factor in all these engagements. I feel like epicentering, going for the Faceless Void is just no longer the play, or has not been the play for a while.
Yeah.
There it is.
I agree with you.
Sanging.
Out of mana, running out of health awfully quickly, and DM will cut him down, and they actually see mid one as well. He is able to get himself back. It's in the mix as well. I mean, it feels like we haven't seen the full engagement from OG where they jump in with the global silence and like Topson finds gets a free selection of targets. Again, it's been VP starting the fights, and that seems to be what they love to do when they're playing against OG in this series.
I mean, that play is like between minutes 10 and 18, right, when that really shines. And then at some point, people have like Manta or ways to heal up to that damage. So we're like well beyond that. It's just not really going to be a possibility. But we can possibly see some surprise blink epicenters on Invoker and like try to blow them up together. He doesn't really have any ways to live through that combo. But he's the one hunting, man. He's 10, 0, and 14 on GPK. He's just absolutely destroying.
Yeah, now again, finding Topson in their jungle, sniffing him out and bringing him down. Topson just really unable to get the ball rolling in this one, or the boulder rolling as it may be. And 10-0, 14 Invoker, GPK.
Uh-oh, No Tail, he's been found.
Oh dear, another one sniffed out here. Yeah, the crew is on. It feels like one of them has a radar and just finding out these heroes wherever they are. OG. Again, you know, if there's a comeback here, then it's going to have to be some really special OG magic, because this draft is not designed to play from behind.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
GPK. It's going to be tempted out by the courier. He wants the hero, but I guess it's
I always hate couriers, man. They give you more gold than the heroes. Whenever there's a courier, oh, we're slapping that. Free money. They got the Lotus now too on the Phoenix. Like, he's had it for a while. This Silencer Global Silence is just Magnus bottom. That's the epicenter, by the way. Used up.
Yeah, they got him pretty low. Can they finish the job though? No, they cannot. They cannot at all. And now Seth, even with the Lotus Orb upon himself, will probably be falling here as well. He's got the blink to get himself away, getting back to his teammates. The Supernova's been dropped. Mid one's trying to take it down, but the Chronosphere's come down, trying to defend it, and they won't be able to finish the job. Supernova comes crashing down. They will lose tops, and they'll lose mid one as well. Another 4 kills going the way off the side of Virtus Pro. Oh my goodness, I mean, I feel like they could probably consider calling this game soon, David. I don't want to be that negative guy, but I mean, considering how early they called last game, it's feeling like this has now reached a worse point than last game did at the point where they called GG on that one.
Well, I watched Thompson with close snap on him try to hit the egg for like for the duration of that egg, and I just got immediately depressed. So
did he get one hit off on it?
No, he didn't.
Okay.
He has an Echo Saber too. He did not get a single hit on it. And I think yeah, OG are probably thinking like, okay guys, one more fight, we still got our buildings alive. Let's see if we can do something. I mean, they tried to epicenter some other hero other than the Void this time, but EM is just too tanky with that Croak. So let's see what their next plan of attack is here for OG.
Big in the high ground. Aegis, Alacrity, Solar Crest, Epileptic Kid. Come at me is what he's saying, and well, they grab Seth, they scoop him out of the base. This crowd's gonna get taken on down. Scorpion killed off, no doubt goes the ultimate, gets it off. The Mantra easily purged. They'll try and bring down Athletic Kid, but he's got an Aegis, not even cares. I mean, they're not gonna be able to finish the job here as they will back themselves up on Virtus Pro. They got 1 kill, they forced out a buyback. This is enough from them. BKB on cooldown as well from Athletic Kid, so they're looking to wait it out. Although saying that, he's still hanging out in the front. Aegis will go in 40 seconds, so gotta be cognizant of that one. Oh my goodness, they just jump forward onto that poor old Dark Willow. She gets taken down. They will take the Aegis, but will they be able to actually follow up here? I highly doubt that. And DM with the skewer out of the base. No tail, singled out, taken down, and now they're looking up that high ground. Mid one though, popping that ultimate, looking for some targets here, but it immediately gets purged up by just about everybody. They'll jump up the silencer. He gets taken on down. That is 5 heroes dead. The towers are falling, and once again, a solitary GG from No Tail as Virtus Pro, they take the series 2-0, and man, what a performance from them. I mean, really proving that they earned this promotion to be the main squad. Virtus Pro absolutely smashed this series. OG, well, I mean, most people have warm-up games, but OG apparently having a warm-up series, hopefully in this tournament, as that did not go how they planned. I mean, Theban, what really was the fundamental flaw in OG in this game?
I think their draft just runs out of gas way too quickly, right? VP didn't have a whole lot of pressure on them going into the late game. They had all the answers. They have the heroes to buy the right items. OG, they didn't even have Roshan damage. They essentially had to run at you, kill you nonstop, take objectives, shut you down, and there's never an off switch there for that, right? You have to keep doing it. So your movements become more and more predictable. VP just have to kill 1 or 2 heroes there once in a while when Chrono's up or RP's up. And then eventually they would just outscale OG. I think OG just put too much pressure on themselves in this game.
Alrighty, well, that's going to tie up the first series. We're going to hand it back to our lovely, lovely panel now to break it down further. Over to you guys.
Woohoo! Thank you, Nomad. Hopefully Lacoste comes back and joins us here. I see a black square instead of my good buddy. But Trent,
I see
how
him.
was the game? You see
I'm
him?
here.
Well, then what's going on with my preview? Why is he blocked out for me? All right. Well, welcome back, gentlemen. A quick series, a fast 2-0, another convincing win. The Silencer proved not to be the combo breaker that they needed.
Shocking.
You want to go first? I mean, there aren't too many things to say about this game, but go ahead. I'll adapt.
All right. Well, first off, it was just kind of similar to game 1 in the sense that they had a very narrow window of like what is needed for them to achieve victory. Like in game 1, it had to be like the Morphling has to get so much to create so much space for the Alchemist, and then you hope things kind of all tied together for that like perfect sort of like fight on the enemy side of the map, get the win, take all their buildings, game's just over. They didn't care about kills in game one really that much. They like had certain conditions they were looking to meet to just take the win. Obviously, that didn't happen. Virtus Pro takes it. Game two, they somehow went like completely opposite of just like, all right, we're just going to be so bloodthirsty and we're going to kill them like 20 times. And that should give us what we need to win this game. But they just could not create a large enough lead to overtake like a very super standard draft for this meta. This is just like 5 straight meta heroes for Virtus Pro that we're happy to sit back and say like, all right, well, if things are even or if we're not that far behind, like we're just going to win this eventually.
Yeah,
It's a tough one for OG. Like you're putting yourself in a very bad spot from the start. You are really on the timer. Like you need to be 10k gold lead 15 minutes in. Like you need to get so much out of the laning stage, getting all the kills, like stacking the jungle, because all this lineup is good at is constant fighting, getting the kills. But once that chronosphere is up, there is a counterplay, the global silence. But I've been really not convinced, and I think this particular game once again shows that VP, they really know how to utilize the items. They know which items to get to win the game. I think this is very important. I watch a lot of Dota. I see a lot of like tier 2 teams losing the games because of the bad itemization. This is a great example where you have like 2 supports getting a casual cloak. You have multiple ways of dispelling things, a lot of root mechanics. You have Lotus Orb being built on Phoenix, which is kind of unusual, but in this particular scenario, it needs to be done. Mag going for Guardian Greaves, pretty standard stuff for him, but sometimes, he gets a Blink Dagger. He just wants to have another way of dispel. Faceless Void, talk about his itemization, getting Manta Style. It was very fast. He doesn't need to get damage. He's getting buffed up by Mag, so he gets third item BKB, and there's a Solar Crest on Invoker. GPK once again proving why he's one of the best mid laners out there.
Yeah. They kept it simple in the end, right? Like nothing really that crazy. They just like looked at their opponent, said, what do they need? And correctly identified what it was that OG had to do and just stop that snowball from happening. And then they just played 2 games of Mag Void and call it a day.
Yeah, I mean, Trent, you got exactly what you wanted out of this Invoker. We saw the Quaswex primary and went for the Spirit Vessel, much needed here, but then the Solar Crest. You've got Solar
I wanted
Crest.
the Glimmer, though.
You've got a
The Spirit Vessel was better.
They got the Glimmer on Enchantress, at least. So it's still the same idea. They had a Glimmer save him, and it opens up so much flexibility for the Void. He can go for the Manta, as Lacoste pointed out. You've got not only the damage from the Magnus, but then the attack speed from the Invoker and that Solar Crest. So much synergy across this draft. Just a beautiful execution. Brilliant Dota.
Yeah, it just looks like a team that has been following the meta very closely and just looked to kind of perfect what they have. Whereas OG, they just played a carry silencer. They are not following the meta right now. They're trying some other stuff. They're trying to OG Dota it and see how far that can take them. And so far, it has not taken them to a victory, but it's not like a total disaster yet, considering it's like day 1 of a group stage. It might just be them tempering their like potential and possibilities in this meta right now.
This is what OG was always good at, just experimenting, trying new stuff, trying to break the game. I mean, that's how they won 2 TIs, by doing different things. Pretty much no one understood what they were doing and how they were doing it. And when they lose, they're gonna look like what is this? Why are you guys trying it out? Because it's not working. Yeah, it doesn't work because they lost. But they might try to do it again, make some changes to similar drafts and see how that's gonna go. But I think right now, the way Dota is played, the way meta is I would say that having Mag PA, Mag Faceless Void is a pretty simple Dota. Like you don't have to be as good as the enemy team. If somehow you manage to get these type of heroes, you're gonna have an easier time playing Dota, executing team fights. But from what I've seen today, like Virtus Pro, man, they're not joking around. They're not fooling around, and it's like all crispy. Like the execution, spell casting, itemization, everything's on point.
We've got an interview. Okay, sounds like we've got DM here. I don't know if he's actually on the line yet or if he's on his way. But this is exciting. All right, he's on his way, so we'll have DM momentarily. There he is. DM, can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear decent.
Hello, you sound good, buddy. Thanks for joining us. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you, dude.
Were you guys expecting to win that series so handily going into it? Those were pretty quick games, a convincing 2-0.
To be honest, we had decent practice before tournament, and we had some really good strats that we're super confident at. And when we went into the series, we just said we're gonna pick this ones, so we were super confident.
Were
Yeah,
you
you
surprised?
I'll go ahead, Lacoste. Take it away, buddy.
Were you surprised that they gave you Magnus and Faceless Void in game number 2 again?
To be honest, I wasn't, because I was expecting them to reply with their Alchemist again, but they did other kind of strat. It was kinda wrong, I think.
It's a bit one-dimensional there. I don't know. I guess you guys kind of. It seemed like both games you sort of identified that OG had pretty limited ways that they could actually win, and you kind of just played around those possibilities. Like game one, excellent chronos, as well as all the ultimate usage. Really, especially the vision game, I thought was like pretty impressive in game one, where it seemed like you guys really had to nail those big team fight ultimates, but you always seem to know exactly where OG were because those nice deep wards that were going on. And then game two, you just kind of held fast from that rushing side. But yeah, I mean, you said you've been getting a lot of practice with your strats and stuff. So does that mean you guys have mostly been playing scrims and stuff because you haven't been doing a lot of tournaments lately?
I mean, we wasn't playing tournaments recently because we just got our roster ready.
Mhm.
But we did a lot of scrimming for this tournament, like 2 weeks of scrimming. We figured out some good strats and different heroes we can play around, and we were just playing near it.
Is
OG was
that
playing some strats, but we always have another to answer with.
a boot camp you guys are doing, or
Yeah,
just like
yeah,
a lot
we're
of
boot
online
camping.
scrims? Okay.
We're boot camping.
Very cool. I want to ask you about game 2. You played the Magnus. Talk to me about choosing to go Guardian Greaves before the Blink Dagger. Was that just to make sure you had enough to spell that you could handle all those early team fights?
I mean, let's be real. When you're playing against Silencers Global, against Roots, against Dark Hero spells, you cannot go just Dagger. There's no
Yeah.
way you're casting your spell. So I just go Greaves and making my way into the team fight. So I can at least cure and RP someone. Because there was no play for Dagger in this game. I mean, early Dagger.
Yeah. Lacoste was very complimentary of the item selections across the board in both those games, but especially game 2. The Lotus, the Glimmer Cape, the Manta. It seems like you guys had a very clear game plan and everybody itemized like perfectly for this game 2.
And now you guys you have a week, I think, until your next match here. And that'll be versus Team Error. Are you looking forward to facing the new stack? Have you scrimmed them at all?
Yeah, we scrimmed them a lot. I would say I think we scrimmed them mostly. So we know what they're playing and they know what we're playing, but we're learning much from scrims, so I think we're super confident as well.
Okay. How would you rate the team error? Because I think a lot of the people out there would love to know. They only seen 4 games yesterday from them. Like, are they really, really good? I'm not asking about leak any information. Just what is your feeling? Are they a good contender to be like a tier 1 team?
If you ask me, to be honest, I think that they just need some time to become a really good team. But overall, they're just decent team right now. Not like tier 1. I mean, no offense. They just no one needs some offline practice. So they need some bootcamp to figure out their ideas and stuff. So that's what just I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's a great answer. That's what I was hoping to actually see, like what they're doing. I also no one played mid for like last 4-5 years, and now he's shifted to the offlane, so that's going to be a big difference for him.
Yeah, it's always like this when you reroll. You just have to practice a lot. It's not like 2 or 3 months. You have to practice like 1 year at least. So to become really good, have a good hero pool. So you just have to work on it.
The grind continues. All right, DM. Well, thank you so much for joining us here and sharing some insight. We'll let you get out of here, and good luck moving forward. Next match coming up November 19th.
Thanks.
Thank you, dude. Have a good evening.
You too.
You too.
Wow.
We forgot to rib on him for being the old man. Damn.
Oh, yeah, the old man at age 20.
It.
Shit.
Yeah. We'll get him on the next one.
I let him go too soon. That was my bad. I totally
Production, call him again. We forgot to ask one question.
So up next, we will have Liquid versus Navi. Now, I'm not in any hurry to throw it to a break, though, because, gentlemen, I think it is going to be a longer break. That match, production, correct me if I'm wrong, not scheduled to start for a whole nother hour, right? So Liquid Navi will be up next, but this is not a play after event. So we are going to have that full break, and then this next series will start at the turn of the hour coming up in 60 minutes. So how's it going, gentlemen? How we feeling?
Yeah, so
yeah, you guys can tune out right about now.
No, but any other thoughts to wrap up the VP OG series before we move on to Liquid Navi? I don't know if there's too much more to say about the shellacking we just saw.
Yeah, glad to see Virtus Pro back at having a great roster. I think all of these players, we already said, they're 19, 20 years old, and everyone seems to be very eager to win and a lot of discipline for such a young squad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. They did not seem to make any like YOLO plays or too aggressive and greedy stuff. It was again just like knowing their own way to win and just playing around that very securely.
Yeah, I want to learn more about this Save fellow because he's their shot caller. I guess he's their captain and drafter, at least, as listed on Liquipedia. Do you know much about Save, Lacoste? Does he have a rich history that I'm just not aware of? Looks like most of his time in professional Dota has been on Virtus Pro with a short stint on Fly to Moon in 2019.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Haven't seen too much before. Like he kind of showed in 2019. I think he was on trial for Virtus Pro, and things were not working out. So they swapped the roster, and then he came back in again on Virtus Pro.
I see. Okay. Be curious to hear the story of how he ended up becoming the captain of this current iteration of the squad, but also a 10K MMR player. So, you know, he's got the stripes, guys. He's an accomplished pubber. So a natural evolution,
mostly
right?
Mostly a support pubber as well. So that's pretty impressive. You know,
that actually
10K,
is like an accomplishment.
Yeah, grinding all the support stuff. Oh, look, guys, his Dota buff's open too, so you can go stalk his replays and learn how to be great like him. Boom.
Oh, good.
That's some quality knowledge right there. Rank 34 Immortal. Nice.
Yeah.
Not even top 10 with 10K. Jeez.
Europe's tough out there, man.
Yeah. That ain't NA servers. Production, so please advise on what the game plan is here. Do we start hyping up this next series? Are we going to come back and do a little pre-show before Navi Liquid gets started? Do we have any B-roll to show? What's the game plan here? What do we do to fill the schedule? Do we have any board games, perhaps? I heard Lacoste is pretty good at Twister. Okay. All right, so confirmed. We're going to go into a break, and then about 50 minutes, we're going to come back, and then we're going to hype up this Liquid versus Navi series, and we'll dive right into that. So first series complete. A lot more to come here for Epic League. We'll be back. See you then. Hey there, gang. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience during that break. We've got our second series about ready to begin. Zyori here alongside Lacoste and Trent. The boys are back. Liquid Navi coming up in 10 minutes. How we feeling, gentlemen? Everybody get a little food in the stomach, a fresh coffee. Lacoste, you feeling good?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I become what's it called, hangry, if I don't get any food. I really do. Like I become really like very sensitive to a lot of stuff if I did not eat, and I have to eat 3 times a day, and then I'm very satisfied.
I see. So you're like Mr. Roo. You have a Slax's dog. You have a timer,
Yeah,
and when
I
that
know
timer
who
goes
Mr.
off,
Roo is.
you've got, well, just in case there are any fans out there unfamiliar with Mr. Roo and all of his glory. Yeah,
Listen,
he
Mr.
eats.
Roo's more famous than any of us three. All right,
He
they know
eats
who
a-
we are. They know
Well,
Mr. Roo.
most of us have heard him, you see, because when that timer goes off, Mr. Roo barks incessantly until there is food in the belly. And I think you might be the human embodiment of that, Lacoste.
Mm.
Could be. We do look alike.
Very round faces. Trent, how about you, buddy? Welcome back. How you doing?
Great. Yeah.
Looking good?
I mean, unusual. I'm so used to like grinding right through the games lately
It's true.
with the online playthroughs. So had to like kind of sit back, chill a little bit. You know, it took some time to, just think about this series. Should be fun. The grudge match. Can't believe it's been 11 days since that best of 5. I don't know. Sometimes
Time
I feel
flies,
like the
eh?
whole COVID life is like super slow and like it's only been so long. And then other times you're like, oh my God, it's been like 9 months of this. So I don't know. It's a weird time bubble that we're in these days.
It seems like Liquid has a couple of grudge matches these days. No? Now it's like Liquid Navi, definitely some grudge there. Liquid now Viking GG, certainly some grudge there. Liquid Secret, maybe not quite a grudge match, but we've seen them play so many times now that there's some history there. Maybe
And
that
then the
just means
best one,
Liquid's been
Liquid
playing a lot of
Alliance.
Dota, and then Liquid Alliance. Is that one really still a rivalry though? In my head it is, but I don't know if it really is for the players.
I just think the
It's
two
just-
lineups are fairly similar with the org and everything. It just
Yeah.
it fits nicely. You know?
Yeah, okay.
I think we
And,
see a lot of these grudge matches because like we're just playing matches inside one region. We didn't see regions playing against each other. So you need to create rivalry.
That's true.
You know, to have something prepared. Like, oh, it's Alliance against Liquid. Oh, it's Liquid against Team Secret. They're just gonna get stomped. It's Liquid against the Navi. They just played in ESL One Germany Grand Finals, and we're gonna see it again. But there's some always good stories to talk about, like what happened in the past. And for me, it seems like time is flying, even during these COVID times where there's constant Dota happening. There's a lot of tier 2 scene being covered by some tournaments, and there's this like teams like Liquid, teams like Viking, who are actually doing extremely well lately, and glad to see that. But I also want to see some inter-regional matches where we're gonna get like the real test, how some of these European teams are actually strong.
Yeah, how will Secret match up against China's best, for example? That's a question that's been burning in my brain for a little while now, and we might not get an answer to for a little while still to come. So maybe a little more of an org grudge match here. Liquid, Navi, two very long-standing esports organizations with a lot of history. Maybe the pride's more on that side of it. Either way, I imagine Liquid we should consider favorites coming into this one. Correct?
Yeah, considering the way they played during ESL One Germany, they made it look pretty easy, even though it was 3-1. I just felt like Liquid could won all 3 games, and they made it look easy. I think Liquid right now is playing very solid Dota, where they know what they're doing. They're swapping their roles a bit, something that other teams are not experimenting with, where they're just swapping things around with their position 4 and 3, giving one of those two a farm priority. And I like what I see.
Yeah, they have some pretty tricky drafting and laning shenanigans, that is too. As like you never know if Boxy's gonna like go mid with like a Slardar or a Mars or something, and then they drafted the lone Druid the other day, and even though they didn't win, they still utilized it as like a flex pick where they ended up giving it to Mike instead, and Koifa played a different hero. So I think they're kind of trying to push their boundaries a little bit as well when it comes to their current strategies.
Absolutely. What about key heroes in this series? I'm looking back at our historical data. It looks like at the end of ESL1 Germany, the best of 5 between Navi and Liquid. Navi prioritized Phoenix a whole hell of a lot, played it in 3 out of 4 games, and it looks like Liquid played a good bit of Rubik and a little bit of Storm Spirit as well as some Wisp. So
I think Oracle's probably the most contested between these two.
okay, looks like Oracle was banned in a lot of the games. I think it was only played once in that entire series, game 2, and it was in the hands of Team Liquid.
Yeah, they Navi took their Phoenix instead, but I feel like I don't know, Oracle seems to be popping off for everybody right now, but especially these two teams. I'm always expecting to see the Oracle.
Yeah, also, like you mentioned, Rubik, this hero is extremely good at position 4. Like, whenever I see Rubik in a lineup, yeah, it's a good Rubik game, you know. There's always going to be a spell to steal, maybe not the best ones, but overall, just a solid position 4 hero that scales well. And what else is there? Like, I see a lot of Lina bans coming out from Team Liquid. They really dislike to play against that hero.
One second though, Lacoste, on Rubik. Don't Liquid mostly play it as a position 5?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Most of the time, they just play it as position 5. Old Virtus Pro, when Solo was on it, they're like the second team that only plays it as position 5 most of the time. And I mean, Insania is level 25 Rubik, and he really plays it well.
Yeah, it's like normally in a draft, I would say like in a vacuum, I don't want the 5 Rubik. I like him way better on the 4. But when Liquid does it, it never feels that bad. It feels like he gets value out of it. He gets these good trades, doesn't worry about throwing his body at the cause, that kind of stuff. It's a very different style of Rubik.
Yeah. During Dota Summit, in the grand finals against Viking, Liquid, I think they experimented a bit too much. In one of those games, they had like Dragonite off lane. They had Gyrocopter mid, something that usually you don't see for a reason. I think I think they drafted themselves a very bad draft. Also, you mentioned which heroes should we be looking out for. Definitely Quick was Lone Druid, Storm Spirit. Even though, like Viking, they let them pick Lone Druid 2 times in a row, and they beat them. They figured it out how.
Yeah, but the Brood also fits in that category. We will see Liquid pull it out on occasion when it seems like a 10th pick opportunity.
I always like the Bat Rider too, and especially like Navi. Like, you know that General wants to play it. I feel like that's one of his best heroes. And then it's also something that they like to give to Quakefa in the mid lane on Liquid, but it's not something they've been running quite as often anymore. I see that they actually lost with it in one of their games versus Navi, but that was with the mid bat versus the mid life stealer. So pretty nice call there from Navi.
Yeah. So what about Navi? What has VTune been playing recently? I know he's got a couple signature heroes. He's
Life Stealer.
Is it Life Stealer? Void as well, right? VTune's been playing a fair amount of Faceless Void. I guess not uncommon. He's in the meta right now, but very competent Void player. So I would expect that carry to be contested, at least from a banning perspective.
I think you just straight up ban Lifestealer against VTune in the first phase. I would not be surprised, because pretty much if you just look at the Dota buff, like Navi, what did they pick? Oh, it's a Lifestealer, like in 7 out of 10 games.
Yeah, there you go.
It's impressive because like there's so many good ones right now that feel like almost free wins. Like, I don't know, like you get like that good Mag Void or that Mag PA or something. You're just like, oh yeah, this game, like we have a really high chance of taking this one just based off of that. And they're just like going Lifestealer, you know?
He has a wide enough hero pool, though. A hard carry player to totally ban against. Talked about the Void, but even in recent match history, we've got Spectre, Anti-Mage, Drow, PL. How do you feel about PL right now, Lacoste? I feel like he's come up in a couple of the recent games Trent and I have cast, and we're often not excited to see him picked up. He just feels like the last carry left that can still sort of do something.
Yeah, most of the time. I mean, this is a carry patch, don't get me wrong. Like, you usually see carries being banned out, prioritized, first phased, and yeah, sometimes you don't know what you can pick in terms of like there's only like 4 good carries left in the pool, so we're just gonna go with Phantom Lancer. Also, I think Phantom Lancer needs to be left for the last pick because you need to utilize his strength, and they don't have enough AoE spells to deal with him.
Yeah.
Still can carry some of the games, but has a bit of different timings than other heroes. Like I've seen people most of the time when he's picked just skipping the Fusel Blade as the first item, maybe getting like Yasha, sometimes even Manta, and then going back to the Fusel Blade. So you can still take a fight even without the Fusel because he has a weird power spikes.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen the exact same thing. First item diffusal is a little too. You've got to be rolling really hard. If you're destroying the lane, you can get it really early. I guess it's still good, but a lot of games there's enough roots, there's enough silence and stuff that you need a reset because you can't really level up Doppelganger until later, right? Isn't that part of his weird power spike bottleneck? Like
I mean,
that's
you max Doppelganger and your passive and just, continue to farm.
Oh,
if
yeah,
they
you don't
gank,
max
you try to
Lance.
buy some time. Spirit Lance is just an awkward spell to max.
Yeah, okay.
It's a weird spell. It used to feel so broken with like the Caudal PLs.
Yeah.
And then I
in
had
my
the
head, I was
Aghanim's
really
too.
thinking of it as this awesome spell, but you're right. It's just the kind of there. You put a value point in it. It's got a slow on it, I guess. That's cool.
We do have word from the field. It was a coin flip win for Liquid, who took second pick, and
Okay.
Navi chose Dire.
Wow, surprise. So Liquid took last pick overall. So Brood territory. No surprise. What can we get as a final decision? And here we go, folks. We've got the draft starting right on time today for Epic League. I love it. Oracle first ban alongside the Doom taken out from Liquid. So there's that hotly contested Oracle. Now talk to me about this Timbersaw ban, though. Is Timbersaw really that scary of a core right now?
Usually not, but when Boxy's playing it, Liquid really knows how to utilize the strength of a Timbersaw, hitting the timings with the items to play around the Timbersaw. Like you need to play with the team. Timbersaw is not that hero that you just, leave alone. And it also allows Team Liquid to play a bit differently, where like Timbersaw is a great solo offlaner, so your position 4 can do so much, usually paired up with the Earth Spirit when they have a Timbersaw. So he makes a lot of stuff happen on the map.
You can go for like faster carries and mids, right? Like they played Visage last time versus Yellow Submarine when they had the Timber, right? That kind of an idea. But then you can also like kind of use the Timber to make a lot of space, where they've done it with like AM and Storm too, when they played Viking GG. So Timber just opens up so many other possibilities.
This is
the ultimate
anti-carry hero. Like you pick Slardar against any melee in the laning stage, yeah, he's gonna be great. And another classic Team Liquid pickup, Io, a lot of sustain. Slardar is just great overall hero. I think in this patch it comes down to whose carry is stronger. Like we gonna have that one super overfarmed carry, Battle Fury. We're gonna throw Solar Crest on him, Empower, Overcharge, like all of that. If they use minus armor on your carry, my carry is stronger.
Yeah.
This combo's been picking up some steam too. The Io Slardar, Liquid have been playing it. Navi have been playing it. Liquid had to play versus it when they played versus Brame. So I think this is one of the ones that we're seeing like a little bit more often because they have really cool synergy together, right? Like number one, if Slardar is starting a fight somewhere by himself, you can bring in the Io +1. They have the movement speed bonus in the river that Io can also just utilize with the Slardar.
Stupid.
Slardar maxes bash, so more attack speed is always just good for this guy. That's where most of his damage comes from in the first place.
100%.
So a lot of stuff to go with together.
Yeah,
This is a
solves
sick combo.
all of his weaknesses.
Like just providing Slardar with the attack speed from Overcharge, he gets like Gloves of Haste, Power Treads. It's insanely strong. You can almost permabash people even in the laning stage.
Yeah, and it's anti-BKB, which pretty much every carry wants at one point or another. Maybe not every carry, but most of them. The bash cuts right through. So good stuff.
Now, do you bother banning Lifestealer? Or are you happy to just have Slardar versus the Lifestealer and say go for it?
I think that's a block pick.
Yeah,
I think Liquid will not ban it. I think Insania wants to see how well this is going to work against the Lifestealer live in action.
I feel like they probably won't take it, yeah. That will be my assumption as well. But that means Spectre is taken up by Navi. Oh, yeah, get rid of the Spectre. That could have been kind of bad.
Yeah,
try and leave that in for yourselves, and they just pick it next, and they have Io Spectre Slardar.
Yeah, they could even ban out like a Nature's Prophet here or something. They're really prioritizing these global presence heroes that pair really nicely with the Wisp. And Slardar's not global, but the movement speed, as you talked about, yeah, he's scary. They will take out PA, another good combo with the Slardar, minus armor, heavy physical damage, big time Roche options, natural synergy. Not for long. Are Liquid going to ban it here?
Well, they have first pick. They could just take it.
True.
They could. Yeah. I mean, it also having Slardar in the team opens up the earlier Roche, and sometimes the other team just relies on taking the Roche for things to work out for them. But Slardar's that anti-Roche lineup carrier.
Yeah,
Hmm.
gets a lot done.
They
I
have
mean,
to
what
take
are
their
other big
time.
carries left right now in our carry patch? Sven's still in, and Void's still in, right? Who else? I mean, Andy Major's still in.
PL,
I meant the
Terrorblade,
carry, sorry.
You
Terrorblade.
really love that PL, huh?
I'm just saying we're getting into PL territory, boys. That's what I'm talking about. Look how many carries are banned out. Another one's about to get removed right now.
Now, mind you, Liquid could also be thinking about the Lifestealer for themselves, because that's also a pretty good hero when it comes to these like Slider IO combos. But they can't really just like pick Lifestealer unless they're going to ban Sven. If they ban Sven and pick Lifestealer, then they'll just take Faceless Void on Navi. So that doesn't really look like an option for them.
Ursa is dead, right, boys? They actually banned the Death Prophet, surprisingly. But Ursa is just kind of long gone. I haven't seen him in a while.
Not necessarily. In certain situations, like when all other carries are gone from the pool, you might still go for Ursa.
And for Liquid with Wisp, I mean, that could open up like a gyrocopter also. Don't see him as much, but with the Wisp, it's still pretty scary. I like the Pango, though. More Roshan control alongside the Slardar. Some really good team fight. A hero they know well. Comfort pick.
I mean, good for the Rubik, though.
Yeah.
Kind of nice.
You got to draft for yourself, though, Trent. You can't draft it to avoid the Rubik. You got to play to your strengths. This
is a really tough call. Do you take one of the position ones now, and so that you get the matchup that you want, or do you try and take a 5 that's just good versus the IO +1? Like Wyvern's kind of okay here because it gives you like magic piercing with the curse versus the Pango. Maybe that'll save you at some point, and then you have the IO, but then there's also still Disruptor.
Yeah, I was about to say it's such a good disruptor game against the IO, against this Pangolier. Also, you said it, Faceless Void still in the pool. Great against any kind of relocate plays where you can just set things up with the Chronosphere. But I'd still prefer if they get something like a disruptor. I think it's a hero that Navi really plays well with and suits their playstyle.
Yeah, the support Clockwork still viable? I haven't seen that as much recently either.
It is.
Off. Though. It's still viable.
Sure, that's the disruptor. Okay.
I do like it versus
Snap pick Lone Druid. It's a snack pack. Lone Druid right there. They've got it. Liquid know what they want. No hesitation. This is Comfort Zone Deluxe for Liquid.
Yeah, and you have the Slardar Lone Druid combination, so you need to be very careful about the Roche taking. You're just going to lose the towers pretty soon if you don't lock down the Lone Druid. Like, if you go back to Dota Summit finals where Viking, they played against Lone Druid twice, the way they dealt with it is they picked Slardar and they picked Medusa. They also had Shadow Demon. These are the heroes that are extremely powerful against the bear. Like, you really did not feel the influence of Koikwa's Lone Druid in those games.
Yeah, I've actually been seeing quite a bit of Liquid lately because we were casting a little bit at Summit as well, and it's not been going too well. They've lost 3 of the last 4 games with the Lone Druid. Now, mind you, all 4 of those games were first phase picks. So they've gotten a lot more info now. But now that brings back the Lifestealer, because even though it's a Slardar, Lifestealer is also one of the better heroes versus Lone Druid. That is interesting.
It still feels a little risky, though, because Pango is also kind of annoying against Lifestealer, right? He's got some options. So the harder Lifestealer game means he's not going to free farm as much, which means Koikwa's going to have more space to farm, and that's part of that tempo dynamic that allows the Lone Druid to look a little better.
But do you want to go like Chrono versus like Relocate Save?
I mean, yeah,
I guess Sven could have been kind of okay.
It's a brave Lifestealer pick. I'll say that. It definitely speaks to the confidence that Navi have with the hero.
Yeah.
They ban out
Rage is pretty
now.
damn good this game, though, versus that Lone Druid. Like, the fear is just so frustrating when you're so close to like cleaning up either the Druid or the Bear.
Yes.
For sure.
Also, it's a very flexible pick for Team Liquid where they can run Lone Druid on the mid lane, run it safe lane if needed. They can run aggressive tri lane if they want to. So things are still opened up for Team Liquid, but what did Navi ban? They banned Snapfire.
Thinking here. And Zeus banned out by Liquid, so more global presence taken out.
Liquid's very limited on silence / like control. against Navi's lineup, where they need to have a good hero against the Void Spirit, and the Lifestealer BKB piercing ability is like Slardar Bash and Amplified Damage. That's pretty much it. But I would still prefer if they get something with some kind of a silence. It depends what kind of timing they're looking into. Having Lone Druid Slardar allows them to play much faster and come online because, Slardar is just amplifying damage. I
Yeah.
still remember the days when it was called Amplified Damage. His ulti.
Bash.
The bash.
Spreads.
Bash of the deep, baby.
We got fancy names now. Now, as Navi, though, what kind
Sure.
of a speed do you think we should do the Void Spirit mid or Void Spirit off lane at this point? Because if it kind of looks like they might just want to clear waves a little bit, and that looks like a bit of a problem right now for Navi. Like, should they just go for some like dead lane kind of hero, like an Underlord style or something? Not necessarily that hero, but
something with big creep clear.
I don't know. Their game, like I kind of feel like I want something like a TA or something, like something of that pacing, But I don't know if like a puck would be enough damage really. Like they'd have to snowball pretty hard, but then you'd have like the leash and like versus the coil and stuff. But
Puck's
again,
pretty
they also
good.
still have 10th pick on Team Liquid too. So then you go back to things like the Kunkka, who are like harder to counterpick, considering the DP's already banned.
Liquid banned out Zeus, so they think it's a mid hero. I'm not a big fan of Void Spirit on the off lane. If you don't hit your timings right, I just feel the hero falls off. Like there are a couple of bad matchups for Void Spirit. Let's say he plays into Drow Ranger, he doesn't get to play the game. Pretty much gets harassed quite a lot in the laning stage. Like any range heroes, also depends like who's he paired up with, but still would prefer to see him on a mid lane.
Liquid thinking about this.
I mean, the other part we haven't really brought into this, I guess, is like there's still some flexibility for Liquid as well. Because, they're banning like the Snap and the Jug, right? Yeah, we have a lot of options here for Liquid.
Definitely. Slardar can play a 1. I mean, we've seen Slardars go mid if you know it's a melee matchup. Like, if it's Void Spirit mid, for sure. I think Slardar can do pretty well in that if they wanted to. Lone Druid, obviously, a contender to go mid. Could go safe lane. Really capitalizing on that 10th pick from Liquid. I like that style of drafting, right?
Yeah. Not much time left. They end up going
Shadow
for the
Fiend?
SF. Okay.
Whoa. Okay. So that's some damage. A little.
The fear is really good versus the IO +1. I feel
And
like
it's
they
just
like
big
heavy
AoE
commit
damage.
into a fight. If you get that ulti off, that seems really good.
Some minus armor also now for Navi.
He's a bit squishy, but he does fill in some of the gaps they had. Like easier to take towers, easier to take Roche, but he's now like the focal point of this draft, right? Is like making Iceberg's game good.
It's an Iceberg classic. Like he always tend to play these like flashy heroes, Tiny, Lena's, his Shadow Fiend, and let's see what Liquid is gonna go for. Oh, okay, this is a sleeper hero. I'd
Very
say
cool.
a lot of the
That's
teams
mid, right?
still don't realize how
Okay.
strong of a hero Leshrac is. It allows you to take the towers. Has a ton of damage, and you said like Phantom Lancer's not picked that quite a lot because this
one
hero is
Lesh.
back, baby.
Yeah, this is like a page out of the Chinese Dota book. He scales so well. He pushes super fast. I'm super stoked to see this. Trent, how you feeling?
Yeah?
Are you gonna join the Disco Pony hype train here? You excited, bud?
I mean, they have a 5 Pango.
Yeah, but it's a Leshrac. That makes up for it.
I mean, they won the game versus Yellow Submarine with it. So I guess I'll give it to them. They lost the other 2 when they've tried it, but I'm curious to see how it goes.
Well, time for predictions.
I mean, he's with a lone druid, so I guess you can kind of just do whatever you want, right?
Yeah,
was sorta
I'll
my
go
thought.
with Liquid. I think this last track seals the deal. I was trying to find the hero that is going to tie things together, and this is it. It allows them to play extremely fast. Like, it's a strong lineup coming out from Liquid. Not a big fan of Shadow Fiend. He's one of the heroes that if he gets shut down in the laning stage, one of the heroes with no escape mechanism, it's hard to play from behind, and not really liking the Shadow Fiend Lifestealer paired up together combination.
I'm a little
I
worried
look forward
for
to
this
seeing a good lone
Lifestealer as
druid
well.
game. They've been kind of rough lately, so I'm curious to see if they can make it successful this time. I'm kind of favoring Navi like ever so slightly. Just a little
Okay.
bit.
Well, we've got the predictions in. It's time for game number 1. We've got KP and PyCat. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, panel. All right, now we realize there is a flaw here. We have 2 EU boys casting EU versus CIS, which is why we did bring in the CIS version of PyCat, and I will cover EU fanboyism while he shows us why Navi is stronger with their draft.
I think Navi have a really strong draft. Just superhero for a general, Vitya.
Is it just the general though? I mean, I know you know CIS. They love their Shadow Fiend. When you saw the Shadow Fiend, did you instantly just bet your house on CIS?
Yeah, I think. I mean, SF is just the pinnacle of CIS Dota. You know. Can't go wrong with it.
It's like every other region moves on, right? And I always feel like in the middle of times whenever we don't see Shadow Fiend, they're usually the first on its rise. And it's not because necessarily like Navi or CIS in general are ahead of the game. It's because they never leave this hero behind. It's just they're waiting. They're already warmed up when it becomes meta again.
It's just the you know, it's like part of this, like the back in the, you know, back 10, 15 years ago, back when there was this in-house leagues, it was always the Russians. If you played poorly in a game, they would just ask you to play 1v1 with SF, and it's just always been there.
But it was only SF. They wouldn't be in the hardcore Queen of Pain duels. They were like,
it's
no,
just
no,
SF.
no, we don't practice that.
Just SF, you know.
See, and then you got like these new gen kids that are like 1v1 Pangolier. Speaking of Pangolier, I think right now, Liquid is probably the only team I'm seeing run the POS 5 Pango. And is it because of like a team style that it works? Because usually most people refer to Pangolier 5 as pretty greedy.
I mean, probably it has something to do with the fact that they're one of the few teams that seems to consistently play this long road hero. I think Pango 5 is like, it's a very weak 5 in terms of laning. But when you get backed up with this hero, Lone Druid, right, then you can kind of get away with it. And you can get some team fight through this Pango. But obviously, his laning phase is not that strong.
No, and also another thing he can't do well, which other POS 5 possibles are good at, is stacking, right? Like, we've all been there where we're trying to help by stacking as a Pangolier, and you accidentally disarm the camp, and then they don't move at all. And that's kind of an interesting thing as well, because I say Liquid is one of those teams that does prioritize stacking a lot.
Yeah, and it's interesting here. I think Navi, they opted to go with this Lifestealer in the bottom lane, which is, I think, kind of a nice idea for them. I mean, the Lifestealer doesn't generally like playing against Slardar anyways. Just the high armor on Slardar and all this bash, and Lifestealer can't really fight it. But when you just get laned against this Lone Druid, you don't really care. You can just feast off the bear, and you're gonna sustain in the lane. And the Void Spirit should be doing quite okay top. I mean, his armor is decent with this Ring of Protection.
Yeah, there was some debate from the panel about like Void Spirit. I think Lacoste on it, like the problem that he sees whenever you run POS free Void Spirit is like if you miss your timings at all, you are a really irrelevant hero. Do you think like this was the right call, that if they had put this in the mid, there wouldn't be enough scaling damage on a Void Spirit versus an SF, for example?
I'm not really sure. I just think that I know the general really likes to play this hero. I've seen him play it a lot in, you know, in matches and pubs and everything. I mean, I think he really enjoys playing this hero, and so sometimes it can just be, you know, player comfort thing.
Yeah, and it is a pub here against what is just becoming like the most controversial combo in the offlane right now, the Eye of Slardar.
Yeah,
at least escape it in the end.
You have some sustaining as this physical damage, and you know you can nuke some range creeps.
Yeah, and while he will suffer a little bit, the thing with this hero is you can sort of survive off levels. Once you have 6, you might see him kind of rotate, and maybe you're just the type of hero that can punish something like the Michaela Shrag, because that's another thing that's highlighted. You know, there was an opinion that teams are sleeping on this hero right now. We've seen a few games. Usually it looks good whenever it has a save, right? Like you need some sort of hero that's able to bolster it up.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the IO and also kind of just the bulkiness of the Lone Root and the Slardar, right? Like these two heroes that just go in. I mean, the entire Liquid lineup is basically we're just going in. As on mid lane, Mickey is
Get low.
Not enough mana on the races there.
Nope. And always want to fly takes a bit of a pummeling on his way out as a result. He just has to be a little bit careful. He's following up. The stun will connect, but he needs to be careful as Iceberg's still nearby.
Yeah, and he also kind of just used up all this mana.
Ooh. Oh, one more tap. They get it. First blood. Insania rotates, and they exploit the fact that bashes are strong, and so is overcharge. Easy little pick off. So far, this early phase feels like Liquid are kind of getting away with it. I mean, one thing I didn't ask you yet. We have a rule, right? Whenever we see Liquid, the greedier it gets, the better they look. Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how greedy do you rate this draft?
Ooh, I mean, the fact that they have the lone druid, right? That kind of makes it so that it's not incredibly greedy, and it's also just maybe a 6. I'm not sure. Around a 6.
So
6
you're
and a
giving
half.
them like maybe you're giving them like a 50% chance to win, going by the way they draft. Because usually,
Yeah,
like
probably.
they're up at like at level 7 or an 8 in terms of where they are in terms of greed.
Right. Yeah, no, it's not incredibly greedy, this one, but I mean the
I don't
Pango
feel like
5,
either
you
team
know,
is, right?
the Pango 5.
Well, it's to say, like, on both sides, it feels like the kind of neither team feels like something is insanely greedy here, right? Like, you can kind of see both teams having similar timings in this game.
Dire should look to their top
Yeah, I mean both teams have like they don't really rely on any cooldowns for fighting. It's maybe the Pango roll, potentially the SF ult or Disruptor ult, but these are kind of, you know, more skirmishy types. But you know, it's not gonna be, the fights are not gonna be centered around these things. It's gonna be centered around probably a lot like Slaughter jumping in, getting the blink on the right hero, Void Spirit being able to initiate on someone. You know, that's kind of what it's gonna probably come
I
down
just feel like
to.
in a lot of ways it's going to be a race to see who can kill them in.
Oh, Roger?
Oh, Roger, no. I think he was out. I
Yeah,
mean, I
I think
guess
so
he
too.
thought obey them because Shadow Fiend was coming with the haste, maybe. But I don't know.
Oh,
I think
me too.
Iceberg probably could have still hit that heal. No,
Oh,
the
wait,
kid's going to
Iceberg.
scare him away. Nice. Insania dodges that out. I mean, Iceberg had to be careful there because if he stays next to Pangolier and gets disarmed, it gets whoopsie daisy very quick.
Yeah, and you can see that the Iceberg is kind of, I mean, quite far ahead of this Leshrac, to be honest. Leshrac only sitting at 1,700 net worth, while Iceberg at 2,500. And this is, I mean, while Leshrac may be underrated, at least to my knowledge, I think this matchup is quite nice for SF if the first few levels don't go poorly for him. I think he has a pretty good time. Just the amount of damage you get and just the race damage is kind of nice for this lane.
Yeah, it feels like Lishrac's not really a hero that punishes 1-2 either, right? Because it's a hero that also suffers from low base damage, so you can't easily deny out the Shadow Fiend, and he should get those early souls, even though obviously you usually take the raise nowadays anyway.
Yeah, and you can see now that the V2 rotates to this top lane. They see Koip already. He ported up here, and I mean he doesn't really enjoy sitting against this lifestealer, right? He's just, his bear just keeps getting hit, and he doesn't really feel like he has a purpose in the game right now. Normally, this lone druid, he's kind of, I mean, he's bullying the offlaner, right? And he can just eventually start hitting your tower, but you see the bottom tower, the lifestealer tower hasn't even gotten hit yet, and lifestealer is pulling ahead in net worth and levels. So Koip is feeling a little bit like out of place.
regeneration. Look to their top.
Feels kind of worrying as well, right? Because usually Lone Druid, the thing you can kind of brag about this hero, gets levels easy, gets his first 1 or 2 items, and then it kind of snowballs with these tower pushes. Whereas Lifestealer is also this type of carry that with 1 item and a few levels, he can start to get involved and brawl with the enemy team.
There is little hope for
Yeah, I mean, the Navi lineup has some very strong fighting capabilities once they hit, you know, this minute 15 or around 15 to 20 minute mark when all these spells have their levels. They're gonna be able to be very active.
Part that we haven't seen yet is what Iceberg's like to commit to here, whether it's going to be the magic fiend or the physical fiend. This type of game, I want to say I'm leaning a little bit physical, maybe.
Yeah, I'm also kind of thinking physical. Just relying solely on the lifestealer to deal the physical damage can be a little bit when you know, BKBs on some of these heroes and just. It's also, I think against the Pango, I think it feels kind of nice to have some extra physical damage, just being able to hit this the roly
Yeah,
poly.
and you're the only one who can as well. And it's like when you look at these heroes, just on lifesteal or a melee hero, and then yeah, like you mentioned, the Lone Druid rule, Slardar with sprint. It's like this is not necessarily an easy game for V2 to stay on top of someone.
Oh, and Iceberg has some pretty juicy stacks here. You can see that Navi are gonna pull a bit ahead in the gold now for both SF and Lifestealer
Always
sitting on
looks
top.
He's gonna die. Insania will go down from Mike. He's been dragged under the tower. General needs to back up quickly though. He has no points to dissimulate, so he has to stand and fight. The tower won't help him quick enough, and it won't even get the kill afterwards. So Mike comes out ahead there.
I'm very surprised that Roger did not TP there. I don't think his port was on cooldown. I mean, he was stacking something, but I feel like you take a level 9 Leshrac over a stack.
Yeah, it's the dream of a Rubik support, right? It's like, oh, I can just yoink that with a Fable. Mike was like 100 HP. That was the definition of yoinking.
Yeah, and while the course, like these two, the position 1 and 2 of Navi are very happy, you can see that the supports, they're not both supports sitting now at level 4. They're trying to lead some experience here off these stacks, Roger. And there's going to be a tome quite soon, but the supports are kind of lagging behind a little bit. And you can see Insane is already level 6. He's got the Javelin. And yeah, Io also, I mean, he's got some items on him. And
yeah, the point is, while Navi probably, you could argue their supports have kind of stronger ultimates potentially, it's the fact that they're too starved to get there. And we're going to see there's almost coming into play from Insania. Roll will be a little bit off the march, but the Duke's force from Roger will mean that he runs into the waiting arms of the cause. And now movement in with Requiem to turn around the Boxy, they're going to cut through and bring Insania low. Nope, they finish him off, they get the big one on Boxy, and we'll still get Pangolier afterwards with the right click to the Disruptor.
yeah, Iceberg doing kind of the classic, just waiting in this little tree line, and you just drop an ult, get the fear, and heroes fall. And you can see there was also a nice.
Oh, go ahead.
It was a nice little sidestep there by Roger. He kind of bought them some extra time. Like he juked the Pango roll, and he kind of like ran around, you know, did a little circle there, bought some extra time, which kind of netted them these 2 kills.
Yeah, it's more like Insane's there. We have you surrounded, and Rogers just stands still going, oh, okay, then I'll stand here and I'll cry for reinforcements. It's also the awkward issue whenever you initiate primarily with the Pangolier, right? Like, this is usually why I feel like Pango serves better as either a follow-up initiation or a very select engagement area of the map where, like, you've got really tight choke points that you can't keep them out in.
Yeah, I mean, initiating, of course, with Pango, it's it can be a little bit sketchy unless you have a couple of items on you. And I mean, some of these heroes don't really care. I mean, both the Void Spirit and the Lifestealer, they don't really care about this. Shadowfiend is also rushing the BKB, so at some point he's not really gonna be that worried. But you can see that Boxy, he's queued up this first item, Blink Dagger. I mean, this is pretty much what they need to be able to play this game. They're gonna get this timing with the Blink Dagger, the Lone Root. He has his Mask of Madness. He's probably gonna have some. Well, I'm not sure what he's going for, but Basher, Deso, MKB, whatever it is. So they're gonna hit this pretty nice timing. Also with the Mika now getting the Yules on Lesh.
I'm imagining it's probably going to be Deso in this game, right? It just opens up Roche with Corrosive Haze, also amplifies your tower push so you're not just reliant on Mike. We'll see if he switches it up.
I'm not really much of a Lone Root player these days, so I'm not gonna pretend to know.
I'm getting old. It's hard to track more than one hero now.
Yeah,
Oh?
you just can't keep up, you know.
It's hard, man. There's this pressure, right? Like, you know, who wants to play Meepo? Who wants to learn Meepo, okay? Because everyone's watching and everyone's judging if you make a mistake. Rubik, mistakes have been made there as he gets caught out the rotation. We'll be heading back. I mean, they could just leave Mike here to push on the top. I don't know if you want to stay in this area of the map. They'll head top again. They're pinging out General. They did force him back, but he's got Astral Steps. They've waited too long here. He's a wise whisperer. He knows that something is wrong here.
Yeah, I mean, they have this ward up here, and yeah, he's just kind of playing in the trees there, where they can't really reach him.
Now they're going to shift towards bot. Maybe try and actually take this tier 1 tab. So far, they haven't put a dent in Liquid's buildings. But Quake, in the meantime, is going to put a dent in the mid. This should make what they're doing obvious as well. They've just let a lone druid run up to their tower and pummel the crap out of it.
Yeah, you can see V2 and he's queuing up this Manta. He wants to not have to deal with the root and the amplified damage. And Iceberg he's closing in on his BKB pretty quickly here. I mean, he chose to just go for the treads into Dragonlance with 1 Wraith Band. and not the magic one, not the double wraith pen or anything else. Just kind of rushing these items, trying to get to this place where you can actually fight as quick as possible.
I actually like this on SF when you have enough lockdown,
Top,
right?
Roger.
Zooming in. Rubik caught out of position, trying to defend his tower. Will be brought down. They'll get the trade on the tier 1 bot in the meantime, though. And I think to go back to that point, it's whenever you rush the BKB on SF, it's like one of those big power spikes, but you do need lockdown, right? If you don't have the means to hold these elusive heroes in place, then you don't get what is usually giant power spikes.
Yeah, but they do have some tools to lock down. Also, Roger is having quite the awful game, or awful start to this game, at least here. He's only level 7, both supports are only level 7, so their play is going to be somewhat limited, but at the same time, they do have this B-Tune, the Lifestealer. He's getting quite farmed. He's also got this Illusion Rune sent to this top lane. They have the Void Spirit to make up for some control, although he's also quite poor, so Navi are quite heavily invested into both this Lifestealer and Shadow Fiend.
Now, calm down, Podcast. You said Roger's having a bad game, but you gotta look at it from another angle, okay? It's all about swings and roundabouts here. He is only level 7, but he has died 5 times, okay? This man has somehow managed to find a decent amount of XP for a guy who spent most of the game dead.
I mean, that's also, that's why he's dying too, right? He goes to kind of the places on the map where no one else wants to be. And Foxy there with the quick fingers on the blink. I mean, he's just taking up the places where, no one else wants to be there, so he's just there.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting as well because you have this Void Spirit. You'd expect him to be kind of enveloped in those areas, but it almost feels like the reload potential on the Leshrac is making General's game very hard to play in a more cocky fashion.
Yeah, and you can see he's suffering a bit in the net worth. Looks like he's going for the Yules now. There's the Deso now on the Lone Druid, so I expect him to maybe just go in, to the pit here right away. And this could be very nice for just getting an Aegis on the, I'm assuming, Leshrac.
Makes most sense, especially with the boost of travel. He can run it pretty quick without mules. I think the best thing Navi can get out of this, I'm not sure if you can test, maybe just try and take the tier 1, but
I don't even think they're aware. It all happened kind of so fast. They get this fight on
he
the
might
mid
miss
lane.
it. Speaking of links, Boxy jumps in, beats in, trying to move away. Will be able to do so. The rest of the team weren't able to follow up as quickly as the Fishman in the river. They'll count the lucky stripes. They didn't take any casualties after that because, I mean, they were balled up pretty hard. That choke point. As you said, they were not expecting that at all, but they will have smoke. If this works, I mean, Leshrac, you give the Aegis to him for a reason. He melts quick, and if he's away from his team like this, and you get rid of the Aegis this quick, there's going to be a little smile on your face.
I mean, he should be kind of,
No, they find him. Kinetic field, but they'll be able to glimpse him back past it. Now you have got the lift, and they'll use it now if the Yule's been thrown out. Iceberg needs to just throw out a raise, and that's 1 life gone. Charge up the Requiem. 2-2, we're ready to go again. Reinforce coming in. Boxy with nice stun. Covers Mike, a nice reload to get him out and away. Him on the side though. Quakefor. He activated the ultimate. He wants to go in. Sania, charge up the Royal Thunder, blink through. Cuts the back line. Stun's going to come and disrupt. He had to use the stack storm, yet he can't throw it down. He's dead. They're going to chase forward. They do see an Iceberg as well. One route would secure a death here, forcing out the BKB. Going to charge up the Requiem to scare them away. V2 turns around the bear as well. It is disarmed. They're trying to actually heal it up. Tiger's trying to save the bear and get it out in one piece, but it's done. 300 gold going the way of Navi, but with the BKB running out, the pings come out. Invest to try and get Shadow Fiend away, but Root's going to be there. Remnant to buy a little bit of time. V2 knows they have to fight now. Quick fuck. Bear is bound through real quick. Iceberg down to half HP, trying to retreat from this. Nice stun though. Foxy secures the kill. They'll chase for looking for more. TP out by the Void Spirit will be successful, but V2 just about gets the rage out. However, they are fast on the side of Liquid, and they are hungry. This bear is looking to munch you up. Always want to fly, cannot save him. They're going to lose 2 cores and a support, and they use that big BKB for all of nothing.
yeah, and that kind of, a lot of this I think happened. Iceberg, he didn't want to use his BKB to kill this Leshrac. I mean, he didn't realize how close they were. He gets blink stunned, and Loner just goes in. He munches up the disruptor in a matter of a couple seconds, and then Iceberg is forced to use the BKB just to survive this Pangolier brawl, and the Loner attacking him to use this ult to fear away the bear. And after that, they just didn't really have enough damage with the Void Spirit being not really able to help out that much, and the disruptor already dead.
Oh, just want to fly. At least got the casters on. Sure, it was the one he was looking for. Daniel say buy on the way away from Iceberg. And I mean, this is kind of the worrying thing, right? Like when you actually compare these two drafts, that top fight was a perfect example of how this reactionary draft Liquid have with the Slardar, with the Eye Relocates, can exploit the weaknesses of Navi supports. Because I feel like with the Requiem, with the kind of like the Glimpse, there's plenty of time for Liquid to always respond to Navi's initial or follow-up engagement.
Yeah, I think the issue for Navi is that they're having a little bit of a tough time finding initiations. I think this could potentially help, though. They have now the Lens and also the Corrosive Haze on the Rubik. I think, you know, in these upcoming fights, potentially we could see them do some sort of proper engagements where, you know, you can start the fights with the lift from kind of further away. You also have now the Corrosive Haze to help amplify the damage of both the Lifestealer and the Shadow Fiend. And the General has now gotten the Yule Spirit, so he's going to be able to play a little bit more aggressively. At the same time, though, Mickey's getting very close now to his BKB. With both the strength and armor talents on the Leshrac, he is getting to be quite the beefy disco pony already.
It's getting a little bit spooky. I mean, when you see Instania playing this cocky up in her face, like a glimpse of back to punish it now. We'll be able to do so. The heal attempt by Tiger's not good enough. Instania gets caught on the low ground by the final right click of the Iceberg. They're hunting. This is kind of sad. Okay, now General has finally got his level 2 Ashes there. That was feeling sad to watch him try and mobilize. He does get the cut. It's not enough, though. And they haven't got the creep wave either, so they don't even feel confident. They've come in this era, they're not able to even get an objective out of it.
Yeah, and Mickey is already porting in and stealing these 2 bounty runes. So they're not losing much. I mean, there's even this. They're probably gonna get this third, the one on the Radiant kind of high ground there. Even though they lose a hero, they don't really lose much in terms of gold.
No, it's kind of the rough part. Is like right now, because Navi, you can kind of feel they're behind in what their heroes need. They are having to play a little bit more grouped, right? So any kill that Navi find, it's kind of like, okay, we need more. We instantly need more. There needs to be at least 2 kills here. The Steve's going to die here. Stun onto the back line. Rubik brought low, but nope. Foxy dodges out the Static Storm. A little bit of a whoopsie daisy. First phase does get stolen again. Roll through from Insania. Lockdown goes forward onto Rubik to try and bring him down. The stun does control Iceberg and allows Insania to move away. He needs to be careful. The Glimpse is going to drag him back towards his death, though. He is gone. So far, Insania, usually the one kind of causing his own deaths with how far forward he's playing here.
Yeah, and you can see this Corrosive Haze once again on the Rubik is quite useful for them. And just the right clicks from Iceberg and also V-Tune are very strong now. I think the one thing for Navi so far is they really haven't found a... while the Lifestealer was very useful in the early laning stage, and he kind of helped shut down the Lone Root early on, he hasn't really found kind of any proper purpose after that. And you can see Kuiper is... I mean, he's going for this. He's got the Deso, he is going for this AC with the Mask of the Madness, also the Dragon Scale, so he's going to have this really tanky bear. And the Lifestealer is going to have some issues actually dealing with this bear.
Yeah, he's trying to build to the item that will help him that. They are going for the Deso, which is a lot of minus armor, right? You've got the Presence of the Dark Lord, you've got the Corrosive Haze that keeps getting stolen, and then you have the Deso. So even that AC should be offset by the right-click damage in Navi. It's just those extra seconds it takes you to bring down the bear is kind of allowing the rest of Liquid to dance around the fight.
Yeah, and I'm just a little bit curious whether this was actually the right approach from V-Tune here, going for this Manta. I mean, potentially you could have gone for something like a Halberd and just gone in. I mean, now what he's doing is he doesn't really want to tank, right? He doesn't want to be tanking these spells. But you go something like a Halberd or, you know, just more damage, and you can potentially just take some of these fights. But we'll see if it's going to pay off.
And it just means that Iceberg's an easier prioritization of these fights, because you look and you go, okay, V-Tune's not actually dishing damage. If we get rid of SF, that's like 50% of the damage off the table.
No, for sure, the Shadow Fiend is the vast majority of their damage. He is also getting very close to this Daedalus already, so Iceberg is hitting some pretty good timings. But he is definitely going to be the target of focus from this Liquid lineup.
Yeah, Mike's going to bulk up more because he's going towards the Bloodstone next. I mean, he's already a reasonably bulky boy being up at level 17, 2k HP. It's not an easy quick burst target anymore with the BKB there.
I think when Navi supports and kind of their general lineup, when they're all so poor except for the Shadow Fiend, I think it's going to be very scary for that once Liquid get the BKB on the Slardar. They're going to have 2 BKBs, they're going to have a Lone Druid.
Foxy. has been lifted. They just need to get out though, and they know it. Jump in, stun's going to come out. They charge up the Requiem though. Punishments will be had. Boxy trying to move away, but not going to be quick enough. He'll try and sustain him. Tiger's going to be dragged away though from the link. Boxy will try and run it off. Just about gets away. Iceberg has the BKB to fight up against Mike though. They get steal the stun, but quick Despair is there to just try and root and force them away. They need to be careful. Here comes the roll in from Insania. Good stun control. No BKB anymore for Iceberg, so he needs to be careful. He's being locked down. They haven't got a second line of follow-up right now. Boxy can't reinitiate. Too low on HP. They'll just have to back away. That's going to be there under the bear, though, and that's going to be the price. 300 gold going in the pocket. The Iceberg Shadow Fiend again.
Yeah, well, after that fight happened, pretty much the only thing that actually happened was the one bear dying.
Animal cruelty. That's what happened, okay? Everyone turned their head, and a poor, innocent bear died for everyone else's sins.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a very nice initiation from kind of Navi there. The Requiem once again from the fog. But they just didn't really have enough damage to get through the slaughter with the heal from the IO.
And, you know, that time Insania, he didn't die for his Rolling Thunder in, but that was more what you want to see. The problem is because they initiate on Boxy that time, you don't have that follow-up after you start stunning these targets, which it kind of feels like if you're Liquid, you preferably want to have Koifa or Mike initiate on, and then you can, like, counter-attack.
I think you want to be just able to just charge in. Like, you want the Slaughter and the Pango to kind of roll in at the same time as the Lone Root is running in with his bear, and the Leshrac is just running in too. You know, it's just like this lineup that kind of, it's like a train, right? They just come at you and they just roll over you, and that's kind of how you want to play these fights for Liquid. Ideally, you can just crush them because you have a lot of damage, a lot of single target damage, and just a lot of damage on the Leshrac too. So you get some of the supports, or you manage to catch the SF without BKB, and you can kill these heroes in absolutely no time.
What you just kind
but you need to be...
What you just kind of said was, let's turn shared unit control on and let Insania just drag.
Pretty much, you know. I mean, he seems to be the one just going in, so why not? No, but at the same time, you have to, of course, be... I mean, everyone has to be present for these engagements, right? They have to be in the vicinity. They have to be close enough to actually deal damage when you're going in to stun these heroes.
Yeah, and I like the Navi, while yes, they are suffering net worth-wise because of continuing to play that balled-up style. Because the problem in this game that they have is with the Leshrac boost to travel, the IO, the Lone Druid, like, your lane's going to be pushed in, and any attempt to, like, quickly gank as 2 is going to be responded by 3 from Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the IO factor, right? They sort of need to split the map, but at the same time, they're also against the Slaughter and the IO, so... It is very scary to split, and that's why, I mean, these heroes, they're suffering. Like, ideally in a game like this, I think you would want to have a Void Spirit that's way higher in terms of net worth, so that he can feel comfortable running around, you know, shoving these lanes and becoming more of a core. Because, I mean, this game, Navi now, they pretty much have 3 supports, right? You look at the net worth of the Void Spirit, it's pretty much down there with the IO and the Pango, and their own supports are even more broke. So it's pretty much just the Shadow Fiend and the Lifestealer.
I mean,
and the Lifestealer is...
Even then, I'd say it's like 3 supports, a tank, and a DPS right now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because, like, V2 is trying to build these right-click items, but every time you look, you're like, eh. I mean, how you can't really stay on top of these targets. You are just genuinely the frontline tank.
No, for sure, he is. I mean, he has now the Orb of Corruption and the Desolator. It's definitely going to help out a bit.
You know, the beautiful thing about Dota is, though, Pycat, you know, we can have 3 supports. There's games out there that only allow a maximum of 2 supports, okay? We could have 4 supports and 1 carry on the team.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that should be every game.
Of course you do. Just the sound of money trickling in your mind right now. Medusa 6 slot when everyone's got 1 item.
So, the Naga days of old, those were the best, you know. The good old Radiance, Manta
sure,
style
like,
Octarine.
I'm sure, like, the other 80% of the players playing these games totally thought that was a great meta. They loved that. I totally loved having, like, 2k net worth when your Naga had 20.
I think 100% of the players in a game.
Oh, stun. Iceberg. Oh my god. Oh, they bring him low. Nice defense to try and save him, but it's too late. The machine gun batches come out. They bring him down, turn around to try and eradicate Boxy. We'll get him in the end, but Mike, he melts through Roger on the back line. The buyback comes out. They found more. B2 gets melted through as well. General is high on the run. He's running out of resources to escape with no astral steps left. It's just a matter of time before the Void Spirit becomes a spirit in the afterlife.
I mean, this is kind of the type of initiation that you would want to see from Liquid. They just go in, they catch the SF without the BKB. The Lifestealer, he tries to help out, but I think he was a little bit slow on the Infest. I think the Infest, it has a basic dispel, so I think you can potentially remove the Amplify damage there. I mean, maybe that could have helped him out. I'm not even sure, but, you know, they don't have any Vlads or Medallion or a mech or anything, so armor on the Shadow Fiend is quite limited. Especially against this now Basher, AC, Mask of Madness, Deso on the Lone Druid, coupled with the Amplify damage. So he does go down incredibly quickly there. And V-Tune also did not use the Manta to break this Amplify damage. And yeah, I mean...
Oh, I was just going to say, it's also, when you look at general, it's like, what is he doing in that fight? Like, how can he turn anything around? Like, usually we look at Yules and we say, that's the best item in the world for Void Spirit. But you can't use it well defensively in this game. It sets up 2 stuns. Aggressively, I don't think we've really seen one like big aggressive play. I wonder if like what he's doing now, Solar Crest or Lotus or something like that, just rushed, might have served a bigger purpose here. As you said, he is playing the support role.
Yeah, I think potentially. I mean, he wants to use just for survivability, right? But I mean, getting something like a Solar could have helped out. But it's also, you know, speaking from the scenario which we just witnessed, you know, it's very easy hindsight. Is 2020, right? And so it's very simple for us to see that now, but I think the issue is he's just so incredibly starved for net worth.
Yeah, we'll just okay. Let's just take your approach where, you know, you're the only one that matters. Everyone else is just like they're basically walking wards. Iceberg says scatter in 4 directions. Everyone, just give me eyes on Liquid. All right, I am the true one carry. He's the only one who really feels like he's ever dishing damage in these fights. I don't know if that's going to change. I mean, V-Tune, even when he gets this AC, it just feels like the best thing he can contribute to these fights is a well-timed Infest.
Yeah, I kind of think the issue for him is, I mean, he doesn't really have, you know, he doesn't have a Slaughter on his team. That's kind of the issue for him here, right? He needs some sort of, somebody to go in. I mean, I think that potentially what they should have just done is just commit to this more kind of standard approach to the Lifestealer without this Manta style and just go for something more straight up damage and just infest this Void Spirit earlier on. Just go into these fights, you know, initiate onto this Leshrac before he had the BKB, before he was this big beefy boy with Bloodstone, and now also with the Shivas. And I think they kind of just, they didn't really utilize how strong the Lifestealer was and how kind of awkward the Lone Druid felt in this early game, and so they ended up suffering quite a bit.
Do you think that maybe in their mind they were considering like a magic damage Shadow Fiend when they drafted this? So then you would have had like the blink initiation Yules and then bomb out from the Infest. But because of the change in the early game, that didn't come to fruition.
I don't really think so. I think this was his intention. I think he kind of meant to go for this because just it feels a little bit awkward having like this Lifestealer as your sole core. Just, you know, it's hard to dish out that much physical damage against when you're playing against a hero like Slaughter and Lone Druid.
There's a fight going on. Roll in on the V-Tune. Stun fall off is good. They go glimpse one away, but the damage might already be done. He's gone. V-Tune's down. BKB charged up. Iceberg activates his own, but the Masters are going to come through. Boxy's staying on top of him. And with the Corrosive Haze, there's no way he can fight back. It's going to be brought down. Disruptor's going to die as well. Roger is going to be chased onto also on the back line. Looks like 4 are going to be dead. General's the only one left alive. And once again, Navi unable to take a fight.
Yeah, I mean, and that should pretty much just be... That should be that.
No. You want to say that'll be game. They're not ready to tap out yet. General, he's like, you have to kill me first. Challenge accepted, says Liquid. Their base is going to get delayed pretty fast
the
now.
base is going to be pretty much Gonzo.
This is Liquid nowadays. Yep, GG comes out. I mean, this is the thing we kind of have come to acknowledge them for and compliment them, is they don't mess around anymore. The moment they see that you expose your throat, they'll cut it.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, there's a reason for this. I mean, Koiko on his Lone Druid, he has a not the most amazing early stage, but I think the thing of he understands so well his purpose in games with this hero. I think he makes the most out of, you know, pretty much any given situation. Even though he's having not the best of lanes, he still understands that he has to go and kind of sit in front of these towers. And if the enemy team doesn't really respond to his rotations, even if it's just a lone root walking up, hitting your towers, you're gonna suffer. You're gonna lose net worth. You're gonna lose map control. And yeah, I think he knows his bear.
He does. Bear is very good. I think the other thing that's really good from Liquid is the kind of way that they have this farm distribution, right? Where we talked about it early in the game. They have these more greedy picks and more greedy lineups, and it feels like Navi, they have heroes that should be able to punish that. So do we feel like there's some blame to be had that Navi maybe didn't aggress enough in the early phases of the game?
Yeah, I think kind of like I mentioned earlier. I think potentially just the Lifestealer going in with the Void Spirit, just making some sort of infest bombs onto to the Leshrac before he had his PKP, just kind of trying to play the game. I think the issue for them was that they just stood around. They just stood around and waited for these pushes to happen, and eventually they got caught off guard. And I think you need to kind of try to make something happen on your own if you want to be able to play this way. Like you want to be able to utilize the fact that your Lifestealer is strong.
Tumultuous start to the series for Navi. That means Liquid's one game up, and hopefully Navi then go back to the drawing board, give us someone a little bit closer. We don't want to just have a repeat of the last grand finals where these two teams met.
Well, hey there, Dota 2. Welcome back. Thanks for your patience. We've got game number 2 ready to rock and roll. We've got Lacoste, we've got Trent, and we've got a draft. Buckle your seatbelt, boys, because it's about to get bumpy. Void Spirit first pick.
They got rid of the slider. The fish was way too strong.
Yeah.
They still tried the life stealer against their own better judgment, I'm sure, after seeing the lone druid. It's almost like Liquid baited that life stealer to come out by bringing out that lone druid, that big juicy % damage. It was too much temptation for them.
Let me correct it for you, Trent.
Oh, please.
It was
Yes.
not a life stealer. It was life stealer into bear into slaughter combination with manta style.
Oh,
What?
True. The manta was.
Why
was
would you
rough.
spend 5,000 gold on an item that doesn't do anything? You have a dispel. Wow. I've seen, some Weavers when the hero was really popular trying to go for Mantis style. It's the biggest debate of all time. Don't fall for it. Sometimes it might work. You're playing against, let's say, a Treant Protector, a lot of the roots, a lot of the silences. So you get a Mantis style, you have a Rage to dispel things off. In this type of scenario, when you have Shadow Fiend as your mid laner who's really popping off, I don't think that's the item build because you're not syncing with the item timings.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the main issue, right? The synchronization. It kind of looked like they might be able to do it, and then there would just be one bad fight, and suddenly it was just all right back in Liquid's favor again.
Yeah.
And the Roche control from Liquid through the Slardar was just way too good, and the Deso and the Lone Druid.
Yeah. Yeah. Koikva and Mickey went deathless that game. 405 on the Lone Druid, 808 on the Leshrac. So, pretty easy game for those big Liquid cores, all things considered. I felt bad for that Shadow Fiend. It's like all Slardar has to do is get on him and auto attack. He doesn't have to do anything but just swing that stupid mace, and Shadow Fiend's BKB is rendered pretty ineffective.
Well, yeah, once Slardar got BKB, that was Shadow Fiend's game was just kind of over.
It's just done. Doesn't matter what items you buy,
If you do stupid stuff, I'm gonna call it out. I'm the first one who's gonna do it. There's no doubt about it.
Well, that's why
I'll
we
get
love
ya.
you, Lacoste. You're a man who's not afraid to call him like you see him, and I like that. No Manta on Lifestealer when you have a Shadow Fiend on your team and there's not a lot of roots on the other side. Got it. I'll commit that one to memory. So onward and forward. Game number 2. How are we liking this draft? We got a Rubik Beastmaster opener for Navi, and Liquid in lieu of the Slardar. Well, they go for an easy Faceless Void Spirit opener. The Void Boys.
I like the Rubik Beastmaster opener. This is probably going to be double core from Liquid. I would say it's fairly unlikely that Taiga ends up on the Void Spirit. Of course, it's possible, but it's probably just going to be Boxy where they do this Taiga gets Sand King or something, and Boxy kind of plays support at the start a little bit, but then he ends up getting his own farm. You know how they tend to do it lately. So
It's kind of 2 3.5s almost.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys have seen Position 5 Beastmaster. It's legit. Like a lot of harassment in the laning stage. You're going to get the levels eventually. You can still get something like a medallion, but it's viable. So
Sometimes I can't tell when you're being sarcastic and it's that European accent that I can't cut through, and when you're being serious. Is this a debate to make Zyori look like an idiot, or is that a real?
No, it's a real thing. I have that problem because I'm sarcastic most of the time. So people one girl actually left me because she could not tell if I was serious or sarcastic.
I can't tell if that was serious or sarcastic. So there you go. Full meta here. Now the Chen picked up for Navi. A little more 5-man action. Beastmaster Chen together.
Oh, yeah. Baby. That's good. That's some serious speed. So probably not the 5 Beastmaster, but I don't want to rule it out yet.
Yeah.
But, fairly certain.
When you have Chen, Rubik, and Beastmaster, it says we're going to play Beastmaster as position 3. I would love to see some kind of AoE spell damage, possibly a Kunkka from what we've seen in the first series to deal with the Beastmaster and Chen summons.
Yeah.
Because lineup from Navi looks very, very fast where they can just go take tier 1 towers, group up, Chen gets the mech, gets level 6, and they will start pushing the tier 2 towers after that.
Beastmaster is so good in this series because they always want to ban Oracle. And then you just take care of the Ent, and those are 2 of the better heroes versus the Beastmaster, both in lane as well as throughout the whole game.
Mm-hmm.
A pretty crafty pick in the first phase, I think.
Some more team fight to go for Liquid, and now Navi, they do have last pick in this draft, but they do go for the Storm Spirit 4th. before the bans come out. So they do settle on their mid. Interesting. So why pick Storm here when you have 10th pick overall?
I guess they're just afraid that it's going to get banned out. Like Storm Spirit against the Void Spirit matchup, if it's a mid matchup, can go both ways, but still Storm Spirit, in my book, I would call it 60, 65 to 35 for Storm Spirit because he's a range hero. Like you need to get close. There's a ton of kill potential, especially when Storm Spirit hits like level 3. You get 1-on-1 build.
Yeah.
And maybe Liquid is thinking about Timbersaw. I think this is possibly their hero to go for. They don't have any kind of burst damage. None of these heroes actually threaten Timbersaw.
I guess then their game gets a little bit weird though, doesn't it? Like Void, Timber, Void Spirit cores. I don't know.
That sounds weird. I'm
Feels like
thinking
it'd be
this is a
hard to, like,
boxy
take
Void
objectives
Spirit.
without Chrono.
Okay, Lacoste
that
snipes
again?
it. It's the
Hey, I'm
Timbersaw.
just saying. I get what you're saying. Like it's a good pick versus Beastmaster Chen. I appreciate that, but it still feels like. So what's their 5? Like I think CM's like a little. Maybe she's okay.
Void Spirit is possible position 5. I'm not liking it. I've just seen some teams playing it. Also possibly Earth Spirit 5 because Liquid loves to swap things around a bit. But we'll see what they go with this one. They can just go with the standard stuff, put Void Spirit on the mid.
Does Insania play Void Spirit or Earth Spirit rather? I don't know if I've ever seen that. Insania Earth Spirit?
I don't think he does.
That sounds
for
pretty
sure,
wild.
but I think he can play it.
Okay, all right. I would like to see a mid Earth Spirit. I've heard rumors of this. I haven't actually got to watch or cast a pro game where it's been done, but I've heard that it's somewhat viable in certain circumstances.
Oh, that's a really good AM ban.
Yeah.
Be a really good AM game. I don't Navi, I was looking through the recent games. They actually cannot get away from the Storm Spirit. They've recently played against the Viking GG Storm Spirit. They played against that Bornea Storm Spirit as well, of course. He's like the big one right now, right? They played against Koik Storm Spirit twice in that best of 5. So
Barania. Say his name right. Have some respect, Trent. Remember? We were educated by the young Serbians. It's Barania.
Yeah, just don't throw an H in there, and I think you're good. Is
all right.
The main rule.
All right.
But yeah. Thinking about the Grimstroke ban. Yeah, I still like CM. I think CM's probably what Insania wants to play here.
How do you come up with CM? Like
because they're playing versus the Chen and a Beastmaster, and it's an Insania hero. They have Chrono,
and they love mana on Timber and Earth Spirit.
I'd still prefer something like a Witch Doctor instead. Like that. That's my guess if they want to go with position 5.
Witch Doctor's not bad.
I
just think knowing Insania, I guess I'm leaning more towards the Crystal Maiden. But yeah, I would agree that Witch Doctor is also super solid. Classic.
Because I never heard it sounds like a great 10th pick Crystal Maiden game. Like what?
Well, it's not a 10th pick. First off.
Yeah, but it is good against Beastmaster. I mean, come on, it's a nice counter to the boars.
It is. It is.
What else could Insania play
here? Gets one Timber pick. In a game they're going to lose because of this Timber pick. Thinks he's hot shit. I see how it is.
Okay, so you mentioned Ursa a few games ago, and it might be a good Ursa game for Navi.
How come? Actually, can kill Timber
against the Timber Saw. Yeah, they ban out.
I'm sorry. I can't hear you.
Like,
over here,
you know your stuff.
Sorry, what? So there's a little
Apologies.
bit of fuzz.
I was wrong. You were right.
You said something about Crystal Maiden. Now they just pick Witch Doctor, and everything's balanced in the world.
I want to see him pick
Dazzle.
Dazzle.
I think Witch Doctor is the best left.
Let's see some Dazzle.
Gone. Dazzle. All right, get out of here.
Give me the Insania Dazzle. It's the discount Oracle.
Comic relief.
No, it's the Skyrath. Okay, this was banned last game.
More damage inside a Chrono. Another silence for the Storm Spirit. It could also possibly be a mid Skyrath mage, but I think it's a position 5 Sky.
Same.
Yeah.
And it's pretty oppressive in the lane, at least while you have mana. So you suggested Ursa. What else has made it through here? The Troll and, well, the Life Stealer.
Life Stealer seems pretty bad.
Yeah.
Troll doesn't seem terrible.
Alchemist.
PL? Oh, the Alchemist.
No, it really does. And
survivable?
you need someone that can survive Chronosphere. Like
Mhm.
that's the only
Wraith
hero
King?
that comes to mind.
Is this the
King's
Wraith
the
King
other
game?
one, but Wraith King has been
He's
a
dumpster.
low tier hero.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that great here. I mean, what do they still want to take Roche to like propel their Storm Spirit? They could get like a safe lane. They could play like Death Prophet's banned. I was thinking like some sort of like a safe lane, like Death Prophet, safe lane Leshrac style, something like that. That lets
Hey,
them just like
the
play
PL
fast.
is still there, guys. I'm just gonna say right now.
I mean, a Manta Buyer isn't the worst.
Yeah.
Oh, natural dispel.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. So this is like you have something to not quite a BKB or a rage like the Life Stealer, but you got a dispel and you're much more mobile. Have some advantages over the Life Stealer. There are some heroes that are food. You know, you could definitely pick on that Skywrath Mage a little bit.
I find Slark and Timber to be kind of a weird matchup because this does often happen where they like counterpick the Timber with the Slark, but at the same time, Timber has a lot of good options for you with your Shadow Dance, right? Like you have to at least you still got to respect the Timber Saw more than other off-leaders. Respect the Timber Law. Okay, just gonna.
You have
I'm gonna
so
be
many
done there.
abilities against the Shadow Dance in this game. It's insane, and it's also Slark into the Chrono, which I really dislike. Like there is a save. You get like Chen Heal, Mech. That's pretty much it. At one point, like damage coming out from Skywrath Mage and just Void Chronosphere is gonna be too much. I'm not liking this Slark pick.
There was like 4 or 5 years of Dota where people would basically say it was unwinnable to play Slark versus Faceless Void. I remember that being said on panels and it being correct time and time again. Where it was like, oh, they picked Slark and they forgot to ban Void, and then the Void would come out, and then the Slark's game was like completely impossible.
And you're like not even all in on this Skywrath Void combo. You've still got the Timber, you've got Magnetize, you got all this other damage to put in there. A lot of mobility, 2 forms of silence to get into that back line. Yeah, I'm
I don't
a
think
little
it's
bit
that
nervous
bad anymore,
for Navi.
though, for the record. I actually, I still think Liquid's draft is kind of weird. Like the Timbersaw still does have a really good game.
Isn't that always Timbersaw though? Don't you say that after every Timbersaw? Timber's gonna have a great game for this pick to be worth it.
All right, just give it to the passes already.
All right, let's take it over. We need some real analysis. PieCat, KP, save us, please.
Main event.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a trip back through time, back through the void, to a time of relevance where PieCat was playing against this combo, and it is clearly why he was not able to win TI4. It is the Faceless Void and his magical Skywrath man. It's back, PieCat.
Back in the old days, I remember when Skywrath was played. This was when Wraith King 4 was played constantly. I remember it was the unbeatable position 4 Zy Wraith King. You just you saw Zy on Wraith King, you just man, we lost. Just the roaming Skywrath Wraith King. Those were the days of old. I think nowadays though, I think this the Slark Void matchup I don't think it is as terrible as it used to be. I mean, there's been the changes to the pounds mechanic, right? You can't time walk.
Yeah, you're trapped.
So it's not terrible. Of course, you don't want the chrono. You're a little bit afraid of the chrono, but like Lacoste mentioned, I think earlier, there is the Hand of God and there is the mech. And while at some point, of course, the matchup becomes quite favorable for Void, I think potentially if Navi play their cards right, I think they're gonna have this really strong offlane. They're gonna have the Beast Kubik. I think if they can kind of suppress the Void enough, I think they could do quite well here. They're gonna have 2 very strong side lanes. And then basically...
Go ahead, sorry.
Basically, off of how the mid matchup goes, they could also potentially have a very strong Storm here. So I think if they can push this top lane and the Beastmaster does well, I think they have some good chances.
The thing that I wanted to explore a bit more there is you mentioned if they can suppress the Void enough, right? And this has kind of been the big contest of the current patch, the current meta we've been in, is can you beat Faceless Void? And it usually seems to be if Faceless Void has a hero that has a very strong level 2 power spike, then they can beat the Beastmaster plus Rubik combo. Do you think Skywrath gives you that, or is this nowhere near what a Snapfire would give?
I mean, I definitely don't think it's anywhere close to either like the Crystal Maiden that was banned out or the Snapfire. I think the issue for a lane like this is the fact that they can't really kill any of the boards. I think the boards are kind of what make it annoying for the Faceless Void. It means he can't just walk up and just farm freely and at some point you're gonna get the lane is gonna get pushed, and you're gonna have to deal with summons and creeps, and that's kind of where Void has issues early on, since he doesn't have any way of clearing creeps.
Yeah, and you definitely suffer as a Skywrath, right? Because you've got 0 armor, so these balls just munch away you. Even a Rubik that usually has low damage, you definitely start to feel the pain. Makes me wonder if you just like made the kind of lane very easily. Like just get sticks. And I guess my big worry is they will always, as the game goes on, have this Skywrath plus Chrono combo. But is it me, or is it very easy to just initially pick off Insania in these games?
Yeah, I think it can be relatively easy to pick up Insania. I also think Mickey has to be a little bit careful playing against these heroes. I mean, there are a lot of ways that this Void can die before he has BKB. Pretty much any sort of initiation, whether it's the Pounce or if it's the Roar, the Storm Pull, or a Lift, like the Void can die very easily, and they don't have any saves on Liquid. They have some backup in terms of Earth Spirit and Skywrath, but it kind of depends on if this bottom lane goes well for Boxy, if he can get off to a good start and feel quite strong, then I think they're gonna be feeling pretty happy. But the Chen is quite strong in a lane like this. I think it's not really any sort of burst damage in this lane. No one is really expected to die that easily. I think it's gonna be a war of attrition. Sort of, Vtune is gonna go for this at least 2 points in the essence shift, and he's gonna keep hitting this Timber, so he won't feel that comfortable. And yeah, it looks like even Taiga's just gonna rotate from this lane. I think this is a smart choice.
Well, he gets the full smash out. If he gets the body blocks right, they could bring Iceberg down, but no dice. Simulate will just about tap, and they need one more hit. The Gunner's how they do get him. A little bit close for comfort, but they get the first blood. And the spirit lanes, they're always volatile. And now, Iceberg's slightly behind.
Yeah, I think this is a very good decision from Taiga here to just leave this bottom lane. Just give the levels to Boxy. He's gonna sit here. He might suffer a little bit, but he's gonna play a lot around the chains and the Whirling Death. He's just gonna go, try to use these spells for CS. You can't really fight the Star. You're just gonna try to get what you can get, and we might potentially even see Roger start, rotating towards other lanes as well. But yeah, I like this decision from the Earth Spirit. He doesn't really have a purpose on this bottom lane. You're never really gonna threaten these heroes. And you can see up top, I mean, you look at Mickey, he's in trouble.
Time off some cooldown, he's gone. The rolling from Tiger cannot save the day, and now he has to walk
Taiga
away.
even
He's
in
actually a
trouble
liability. He's gonna go down. No roll. Very far won't save him either. They dive the tower. General gets himself a double cut. They immediately think about going for Insania, but he's cut in the trees. He doesn't have a Quillen Blade. He has no way out.
Does he not see the curve? What was that, like, just out of his sight?
Yeah, I guess he felt like he couldn't keep up with it. And as a result, Insania does still go down to always want to fly, though. So even with that, Navi definitely coming out ahead in that trade.
No, for sure. I mean, you look at the Beastmaster, he's very, very happy right now. He's up there almost together with the Void Spirit. It was unfortunate for him that he didn't have a Quelling Blade, and the Rubik didn't have any Tangos. I think he expected the Rubik maybe to have a Tango, since he doesn't have a Quelling Blade, to be able to kind of eat that tree and help him out. But he sort of walked into that one.
No, he'd gone for these double braces because he's against the Skywrath, presumably. But he's at least got Tangos this time. He's like, fool me once, or I always want to fly. He's in trouble. Lift will not buy enough time to let him live.
Yeah, they're just gonna keep trialing up here. I think Roger should just really rotate off of this lane as soon as possible. Maybe get to level 3, try to get on the creep. Try to play, maybe run towards top or something. You don't really have a purpose down here, I think. You can get some levels and you can do some pulls, but it doesn't seem incredibly useful.
Yeah, it's the fact that, Slark is not going to really struggle, but the Timber is past the struggle point. You can't really shut him down. Once he has 2 points in reactive armor, you know he's going to sustain.
Yeah, that's no real point. He also has the Arcanes. He's got the 6 Mangoes, so he's gonna just constantly spam this.
Meanwhile, in the mid situation, you can see Storm Spirit's at least keeping his lead because, of course, the thing that he can do much better than a Void Spirit is he can just go jungle.
Yeah, look at this stack. This is what Roger has been doing pretty much. This is a 5 stack.
Oh. Can you just hear the gold noise right now in your head?
I can hear the gold noise in the game. Better yet.
I mean, I'm usually a support player in this situation, so I have to imagine the noise, but you're being given pristine access to the gold sets there, sir.
And Iceberg is straight up rushing. Okay, he went to the boots.
And now they're going bot. Women in. Gonna try and bring down Boxy. They punish him as he steps up. V2 is able to get himself some agi, and they get themselves a kill. It does cost them a Rubik. definitely worthwhile.
Yeah, and Iceberg. I mean, this is the Chen Storm combo, right? You just bring people, you know, you just bring the Storm wherever you want, and he's very happy. You can just, you know, port back to base, come back out with full mana. The one thing though is this mid tower is taking quite a beating, and Koipa is off to a pretty good start. Of course, Iceberg is slightly ahead because of that big stack, but always on a fly now.
Whoopsie. Wrong place, wrong time, buddy. Astro Step is there. Cut through is good. Always want to fly with one more tap. We'll go goodbye.
And I do think
Storm's
that
got
it is...
deep. He's out of mana. He's going to be punched in this box. He's going to live.
Iceberg with the overextension there. Now they're in a little bit of trouble here.
I mean, losing your tier 1 in the bot at 7 minutes in, that's kind of the power usually of like the Chen we talk about, but he barely had any creeps going with that.
Yeah, but I mean more so that actually Navi are in a little bit of trouble. I mean, the tower gets denied. Koipa is in the mid lane. No hero was really able to go towards the mid lane there, since Always on a Fly didn't have a TP, and Iceberg was dead. There's no real other hero who can rotate. Beastmaster doesn't want to leave this top lane.
Oh, look at this. The smoke movement that go on top. They'll see the core. They could cut that down if they want to. They always go straight for the hero. They cut the core through General as well. Decapitate him alongside his pet. You know, the worrying part is, like you said, they get that tier 1 bot, but they lose the one mid. And my kind of concern right now is, like, what's your pivot play at the end of the laning phase right now? Because I feel like this Void Spirit is a very big problem for Navi.
Yeah, I also think that the Taiga has just been very much on point with his rotations. I think he found his purpose. Just despite the fact that he didn't really have a place in this bottom lane, he really understood what he has to do and just kind of create chaos on the map. And he's managed to get Koipa to a very comfortable position now. And he's also rushing this Orchid, so it's gonna come out about the same time as Storms.
Yeah, which is kind of surprising considering they had those big fat stacks. That's kind of the impact we're seeing. So, you know, it makes sense.
Got some fat stacks, man.
He has. I was gonna say it makes sense actually, because I remember I think it was 2 years ago when the Liquid Boys were on Alliance. They were the ones that kind of cheesed their way to a really weird victory with Storm Chen. So if any team is gonna know how to kind of play against this less exploitable combo these days, probably Liquid.
Yeah, and I think while general, I really like the idea of this one bracer going out early. I feel like he's committed way too heavily into this top lane now. He went for the double bracer with the Orb of Venom, and also Always Wanna Fly he left this lane, and now the Beastmaster has been struggling quite a bit. You know, you see the Void, he's almost 2 levels ahead of this Beastmaster, and he's not going for this book, so there's not gonna be this massive push coming out of the Beastmaster just that early.
Well, in his defense, you know, he did have those 2 braces when he died with no Quelling Blade on the tower. But more importantly, you'll know this if you've seen him in the pub games enough. General, he's a big fan of braces, okay? This is that stopping at 2 is impressive because he used to have a big problem with his choice of item. Usually you'd see him with 4 braces every game, no matter the hero.
I mean, bracers, you know, they're just, it's like the poor man's luxury item.
Pretty much. I mean, I still remember when I think he took it further actually. Clockwork, he'd always build 5 braces. It was either 4 braces, a wand, or 5 braces.
I mean, I remember the one, like, that one patch where everyone was buying, like, 3 to 4 wristbands, and I even remember at one point people bought double treads just because of the stats.
Yep, and there was also, like, the triple gloves of paste.
Oh, yes.
That was ridiculous as well.
Oh, yes, there have been many a patch.
Well, I think
Iceberg,
Envy took the stream. I think he had like one patch. There was one game where I think he built 4 gloves of haste.
Iceberg
He
is very close. I'm not sure.
It was a lot. Something like that. You were gonna say he's almost got the Orchid, right? But then have a look at Koipa. I mean, he's stolen stacks. We'll get him there first. Koipa needs to move away because Primal War was ready. They're coming though. They're reacting. Rolling. Tiger wants to break up the fire bit, magnetize to cause the chaos. Primal Roar is going to be forced out, but it's defensive. Tiger stands his ground, will be brought down by the creep army, but they're moving in. General's going to be left behind. They don't want to give over a good chrono. Koipa moves in. Remnant is there onto Roger though, proving that not only one Void can combo with Insania on this Skywrath.
Yeah, and while generally is, you know, he's a pretty chunky boy there with them double bracers and treads. It's just not enough. Can you see on the boxy top
Bring him low.
reveal?
Yeah, this is not enough.
Go down.
Ooh, nice lift. Just don't think you got damage anymore. Iceberg's out of mana. Insania will arrive. The Sun's going to go out. They can turn around the Rubik. I'm surprised they didn't just go for Iceberg at that point. The roll in, Tiger ensures that Rubik's going to be the one who's punished. And they need to get the Storm out. 0 mana means no fight time anymore.
Yeah, while he does have this Orchids, you know, it feels uncomfortable that they can't really take these fights. I mean, the Chen feels pretty useless right now. He doesn't really have any sort of purpose in this game.
You can kind of feel the desperation, right? Like, you get this Orchid, you immediately want to find value, and your target is a Timbersaw. That's when you know, like, you can feel the pressure. That Navi looking to go, okay, we need to make some sort of play. But instead, the smoke comes out. It's Liquid making the play again.
Yeah, and I feel like it's really awkward. To be honest, this build on the Beastmaster, I really would have enjoyed seeing him. Like with the start he got there with that double kill. I mean, the overextension was quite silly. I think there was no need for him to walk in there.
Roll it.
But it's fine.
They silence down the Earth for it, but the silence comes down to Rubik's well. They'll cut him, bring him down with the Mystic Flare, they'll get him low, and they'll cut through to finish him off 1 for 1. Hand of God, too late to save the day, but they turn around and Insania as well. They do punish Liquid's aggression in this mid-air of the map, realizing that Timbersaw was sitting top the whole time.
Yeah, and so far, I mean, V2's been very quiet. I think it's the Diffusal now coming out on the courier. So he's gonna look to get a bit more active here. And this is also one of the nice things to buy, I think, in general against both Faceless Void and even Timbersaw. I think the fact that you're stealing, you know, these Essence Shift stacks and also the Diffusal, it acts, you know, the Essence Shift acts to some extent like a mana burn too, right? Because you're losing stats, so you're quickly running out of mana. And if you ever find yourself...
way I've heard it described is like Essence Shift is pure damage. Is the other thing as well.
Yeah, and it's easy for this Void, you know, if you ever presses this Mask of Madness, you may find yourself in a position where you might just lose all your mana.
So far, though, they haven't used the Chrono at all. Like, they're just finding these pickoffs. They have enough lockdown that the Mystic Flare has been finding big value each time. And now the smoke movement, Navi. It's going to break at an awkward point, so they just back away. There's a lot of priority around stopping the side of Liquid from getting their hands on more tier 1 towers.
But I like what Boxy's doing here. Boxy's just posturing up here. He's just standing in front of these heroes. He bought the Soul Booster, so he's going for the Bloodstone. He's just very, very tanky and hard to bring down right now. And the amount of resources you have to invest into killing this Timbersaw, it doesn't really feel like it's going to be worth it. Especially if there are heroes in the vicinity.
I've heard some people say they wish they'd bring back the damage talent for Timber. Well, he gets away. They need to run. They need to run right now, and they know they'll get out. They're going to keep an eye on him, but it's the Chrono factor. I think they're too scared.
Yeah, I also think they overlap their kind of stuns. I think a Void with this amount of HP, it should be quite easily to bring down, but I think they may have overlapped some of their stuns, or the heroes were not close enough.
They still have the Prime Roar to play with. They're actually going again. They're going to move in on Mike, stance him up, pounce fall off as well. Stun control looks decent. We'll get him low. One more hit needed. They'll get it. The Orchid burns him out. Roll. Punishment incoming though. No man left on Storm Spirit in a bit of trouble. They get cut in, dissimulate to do a dish out a lot of damage. And Iceberg, we'll just go for TV away. The Remnant gets blocked by V2. The Prime Roar comes out. Timber does arrive. He is going to be able to punish Iceberg in time, but now they chase forward in the quick for bringing him down. V2, he has now used the Shadow Dance, but he can hit into box. He forces him away under the tier 2 tower. He'll slow down the pursuit, but will he slow down? He's always want to fly, has stolen the spell away from him. And with this, and with no mana, they thought about it, but Boxy just too tanky at that point. They'll let him get away. Navi, they get the bigger chunk of the pie.
Yeah, and they're finding some very nice use for the Slark right now. Boxy here might potentially be in trouble now. Just gonna walk it off.
Thought about sending the message, but decides against them. They do know about Insania though, by the way. Ooh. I think you can. Don't worry. It's just something's gonna get plucked. You can continue your analysis there.
No, I mean the Slark, he is off to a very good start. So both cores here, even though despite the Storm having a couple deaths here, he's still feeling okay. You know, he's got the Orchids. He just has to go for probably the trade BKB. And he's gonna be in tip-top fighting shape. And I think the Slark, you know, he could potentially become a problem here. I really don't like this though. He's once again going with this Manta.
Mike is in trouble. going to be brought down. He's going for a Manta too. Doesn't even get to it. Gets caught out again. And that's probably going to happen 2 or 3 more times before you have the Manta to get out of the Orchid as well. That's the scary part here. And, passive Chrono starting to work against them so far. Is Navi, they play confident into it. They're not scared of it.
Yeah, he needs to be a lot more careful, I think. Just with the...
Senior brought down in front of the Mystic Flare, but it's too late to save himself. Now Boxy in trouble, trying to Bloodstone up, but it's too much damage. It's going to be brought down. Tao's also melted by the forces of Navi. They might just think about Roche at this point. I mean, you have the means. You look like a machine.
I mean, Navi, they just got the ball rolling. I mean, now in general, he's almost got the Solar Crest. The Slark, he's getting stronger and stronger. He is still going for this Manta style, you know, it's good against the silences. There's gonna be even probably an Aegis here for, I think it's gonna be the Storm Spirit.
Most importantly, this Manta timing is probably going to sync up to match and counter out what Quaitha is building. I mean, he'll get the Ags a little bit sooner, but by the time you're ready to fight now with this Aegis in play, there's going to be more defensive tools available to Navi. And I don't disagree with Quaitha going for even more silencers necessarily, because it feels like that is screwing them. But my concern is how non-threatening Mike feels in this game.
Yeah, we haven't really seen any sort of kind of plays from this Void, and I think it has to do with the Beastmaster. I think General has been quite good at using the Hawks. I think that's one of the things about this matchup is, you know, Faceless Void wants to show up everywhere and he hit creeps, and these Hawks, they just, it's so easy to find them out, right? Like you see the sentries coming out of Liquid just to defend their jungle. Nice
Mania. Yeah, he got a little bit cocky there. Didn't pay the price, had enough mana, just enough to get away with that. Obviously, Liquid a little bit paranoid about playing around that mid area without too much vision.
Yeah, but the vision game from the Beastmaster is it's quite difficult to deal with for them.
Dire should look to their top tower.
Yeah, because he's always secure in the area ahead of time, and then they can just shift as a team. Like that's kind of the awkward part. And it feels like Liquid, they're still in a state where they want to be able to play maybe as 4 and then have Mike off farming somewhere. Once he's got 1 or 2 big items, go together, make a play. It's weird because that's usually what Mr. Big Chrono Man here does after he's used the Chrono. Not with it still off cooldown for 18, well, not 18 minutes, but basically he hasn't used it since he's got level 6.
Yeah, he doesn't really, it feels awkward for him to join these engagements. So he really wants to get to this Manta. He's gonna have an Essence Ring now, and once he gets the Essence Ring and the Manta, it's gonna be way more difficult to actually bring him down. But Navi are very much in control of this map right now.
Yep, and they're proving it. They find Tiger next. Spur action. Navi once again coming out ahead. 5k net worth lead now, and I mean, this is kind of the power of Beastmasters. Immediately after these kills, you can just go into a push if you want, but they go hunt for Mike again. This time, he's not in the triangle.
Yeah, and while, you know, earlier we were talking about the Shadow Pinnacle kind of for the CAS region, I think this also the same thing goes for this Chen Beastmaster. I think it's always been there, just the idea of push, you know, the origin of push art style, kind of inventor of push.
Kind of
this
the classic
brought this.
heal. Now what?
Yeah, he kind of brought it into the game. Maybe people pushed before, but catch my drift.
He looked to perfect.
It's always been there. Yeah, I mean, he's the one who kind of embodies it, you know.
Like
Mika
easy to see
now.
with a Pugner set, you know? People just have that. Oh, Mike, no, he gets caught. V-Toon sees, V-Toon destroys, and Mike's Essence Ring will not save him at all.
Yeah, he knew that the pounce was off cooldown, but there's the clumsiness.
Oh, and now forward on the quick for next. If he gets hit by clumsy net, he'd be in trouble. Luckily, it's on cooldown for 10 seconds more. Force uses final Astral Step though, and Insane needs to be a little bit careful because they can turn on V2. Hit up by the Mystic Flare. Stance comes out, but not for long. Dark Pack gets it off, able to move away. Boxy does get out as well. But once again, you know, Liquid just reacting, not able to make any sort of active play. Luckily for them, the lanes are pushed, so Navi don't have a clear objective immediately afterwards this time.
And Liquid's map feels very small for like right now. It's very difficult for these heroes to move out on the lanes. You know, there's the vision of the Chen. There's the divine is divine favor or the hurly persuasion. There's the summon, the recall by Chen basically.
Yeah, the
bringing
favor.
the storm or the Slark around the map, which gives them incredible mobility, coupled with the just the Hawksworth. This Beastmaster, the vision game is very strong, and it's very difficult for Liquid to kind of maneuver out on this map.
Come on. It's just always looking into the void going, are you ready yet? I mean, he's almost got the Manta now, but with the new items coming in, I don't think you're going to have a choice anymore. You're going to have to be ready. But in no way does this Faceless Void feel comfortable in this game right now.
No, and it's, yes, you know, now you are maybe going to be able to survive. You won't just die to this Orchids anymore, but the question is, can you actually deal damage? Their chrono damage is... It's okay-ish. I mean, they have the Skyrath Mage, and they have some damage out of the Earth Spirits, Timbersaw, Chakram, but it's not amazing by any means. You know, their team fight is not incredibly superior. Their high ground defense is not the strongest, so...
They're going to do Thomas smoke. Silence on silence. Iceberg catches himself up. He's got that Aegis to play with. Bloodstone's going to keep him up healthy at the moment. But they do get through it, and Remnant is waiting when he comes back up. Zany did have to use the Mystic Flare. Nice use of the Chrono, though. Going to catch on to him with the Chain Army as well. He's trying to burst through Iceberg quickly now. He's going to lose the Sky from the back line. Roll through is good. Oh, God, trying to keep him up. Iceberg able to move away. The Prime Raw stun is good enough to turn around and bring Mike low. Trying to move away from this, but he's dead. Time Dilation will not save his day. Boxy just being ignored. Quickfire has to cut and run to the side. He's going to turn, try to run through them here. He has brought them low, yes, but they've got enough sustain that now Boxy might be in a world of trouble. He will bring down General, but he needs to get out now. Remnant, off the mark from Always Want to Fly, runs into a different one. Storm Spirit, straight across onto Quake for nice stance coming out from Tiger to try and protect him. No good follow-up is good so that he can't pursue. With that big fat mana pool, it won't be enough. Quake but does get out, and in the end, not a bad fight considering you had to get through the Aegis first.
Yeah, at the same time, though, you know, V-Tune survives. And the Mika dies, and you can see kind of the difference between these two right now. It's almost 5k gold difference between these two. Also, the Slark getting close to 18. This matchup is, I mean, it's not what it used to be, but also when the Slark is this far ahead, it's not a very comfortable matchup at all for the Faceless Void. Like I was mentioning earlier, you know, he went for this Diffusal, and I mean, the Manta, to some extent, it actually kind of makes sense when you think about the Diffusal. It just... You jump on the Void, you Manta Diffusal, and if he loses all his mana, the hero is completely worthless. He doesn't have the best mana pool to begin with, so...
No, it makes more sense in this game than last game when Beast did this building. We'll give him credit for that.
Yeah, I mean, in this game, it's so much more of an aggressive tool, rather than just a defensive tool. That's why it feels way better.
Goes in Insania, purges off the stance, and whacks him down. This is the weakness of the Skyrath. You get to this stage in the game, and if you don't have any way of counter-initiating, you know, you're just an easy edible chicken for your enemies. See the hesitation.
Navi are just, they're in complete control of this map at the end of the game right now.
Quake, but that was a little bit too close for comfort. They actually checked both sides of where he TP'd. He does get out. My kind of concern is you've got Boxy as the one kind of out farming, looking for something. He has now got this Lotus, but it feels like the hero that's getting the most gold in your team isn't necessarily a hero who's going to get the biggest power spike off the next big item.
No, it is very difficult for Timbersaw to actually carry in a game like this. You would have to get so many items. At some point, I mean, this would become an amazing Timbersaw game if he does get to 2 or 3 more items. But, you know, we're quite far away from there, and Navi are kind of mounting this push. It's imminent doom, you know, the feeling of Liquid right now. They're just going to wait for this next Roche. There's going to be an Aegis once again on the Storm, who's getting closer to his BKB. The Slark, he has the Basher working towards the Abyssal. It's just more and more control.
They got the control to kill this Timber, by the looks of it. The bash has come out. The lockdown is good. Put away from the Creep Wave, even with the reactive armor up. It's not enough to keep him in the game. That does mean that Mike gets his early warning trying to go away, but it's too late. Oh, no! They were mid-animation. That was a squeaky bum time moment for Mike there, but he does get away.
Yeah, while it's very comfortable for Timber to be this tanky boy, when you're actually getting surrounded by the Navi lineup, and especially the Slark, you kind of wish it didn't take you so long to die, just giving away all these Essence Shift stacks. And, you know, once should Slark get to level 25, those are gonna just stack up even more.
Still, you get to the stage in the game where you can say late on the game, a one good chrono can kind of turn it all. And that is kind of true that like the weakness of Navi's lineup can be these chronos, right? Because they're very much about getting in and out, like doing your damage and a few. few seconds, then retreating, coming again. If you can catch a good chrono, there's potential there. It's just the question mark of like who is the primary target and do you really have the damage to follow through?
I think for them to be able to later on in this game to be able to take fights, I mean, they need to be able to bring down the Chen plus whatever core is there, because otherwise you can just rely on buybacks. You can just play with these buybacks. The Chen just brings you back into the fight. I mean, especially Storm Spirit is kind of the best option to do this with, right? He just goes in. It basically works like an Aegis. You just jump into the fight. You can, you know, use all your resources, and should you die, you can just buy back. Storm Chen brings you back into the game. You come in with full resources.
I mean, his whole kit is just lethal in this game, right? It's not just the recall. Like, he's the one with the Glimmer Cape. If you actually look at Liquid's damage breakdown, it's, what, I'd say like 90% magical at this point.
Yeah, their damage is very limited with this Chen in the game. Both the mech and the Hand of God, you know, the heal. It's some 700 heal to pretty much all units. And it's just, if you look at the damage from Liquid, it's just, it's not really there.
No. And I'm gonna be there for a while. Right now, the name of the game for Liquid is survival. You gotta kind of drag this layer. It doesn't feel good against the Storm and Slark, sure, but you need pickoffs. If you find them as a group, you're in trouble. You can already see that they're spotted out here. The pings come out. Koikfer is still going in, though. He needs to be careful. They've got Blink moving in. Lift's gonna be there. Follow up. Stance comes down insane. Need to control him. And there's a jump into the Abyssal. Koikfer brought down, burnt down, and killed off. Foxy just being ignored as they chase deeper. They'll find Insane here as well. Tiger trying to escape, but nope. Iceberg's magic immunity means he can't block the rollout. They do find the kill on the Foxy, however. And just outside of Liquid's base, it looks like it's siege in time.
And now the Slark, you know, with the Inner Beast, the Solar Crest, the additional agility. He's sitting at some 160 agility. They're just gonna go back for the Roche. They wasted the Glyph. It's just looking very grim for Liquid right now.
No,
they need to get they need to get so much more damage. They need to be able to kill some of these heroes. You see in the fight, Timber gets to initiate upon Rubik, but he's nowhere even close to killing this Rubik, who has the Essence Ring. All of these heroes are just so tanky.
You know, I'm looking for the Liquid heroes, like, okay, well, you know, Spirit Vessel, you know, Clouds of Gold, Tiger will have that. Is that going to be enough? Not really. They have good ways of dealing with it. Then you're just looking at this MKB. I feel like this whole game, if you're a Liquid fan, has been looking at Mike and wondering what's next. When's it going to happen? You know, we've seen miraculous things out of Faceless Voids time and time again over the years, but you're going to need to pull more than one miracle out of your ass in this one.
Yeah, I think it kind of feels like the Void is just, you know, he's just always one or two items behind, and there you see just one lift. Oh, he does get out.
Lotus protects. Foxy is there, savior of Liquid, but not for long enough. They move in now. Looks like they got him. They can stun lock him good. Bring him down. Dead for 50 seconds. Tiger used the magnetize, but he's netted up. He's not getting away. Just outside of the base. The worst place to have this happen to you is they can push him on the high ground now.
Yeah, now you can see it. It's the Aegis on the Storm Spirit. He has pretty much 3 lives here at this point with the Chen. And also the Slark with the cheese. It's just... I don't know that there's a way in which Liquid can hold this.
Alright, we've reached that point, Pycat. How did they get them in the fountain?
How do they get them in the fountain? Okay, so let's theorycraft this. There's an Earth Spirit, right? So the Earth Spirit could potentially roll enough times to push some of these heroes towards the fountain. Maybe the pull, the remnant.
Yep. Then Chrono on the edge. Then the wait at the end, you bat them in further.
Right.
We've got it. Okay, so yeah, you just need roll in, bat, then remnant plus Athos. Then
corral them towards the enemy fountain. You know, like bait them in far enough. Just maybe drop an item or two in front of their faces. Just hope they.
Just leave them a trail of trees. Ooh, a ward. Ooh, another ward. Oh, a Faceless Void. I'm pretty sure if we had access to like a death heat map, Mike has died there probably 4 times now, and they'll also lose Boxy in the base. Like, I'm surprised Liquid haven't tapped out yet, because this is looking ruthless.
Yeah, I'm not sure what their intentions of staying in this game are. I think there's very little
one
you can
big
do at this
chrono.
point.
Like they've switched on Eminem's best tracks. They're like one chrono, it'll turn it all. Just stun Earth is gonna be enough at this point.
Yeah, I mean it's sort of.
is they have a tier 2 bot. That is the good news, actually. So they can get bullied for another few minutes at least.
They can go for some sort of, you know, wait for the Void. He's gonna get his level 18 here. The longest of Chronos, and they can go for some sort of fight here. Hope that the Aegis expires. Try to take a fight. You know, catch 5 heroes in the Chrono, Chakram onto all 5 of them, and they might kill someone.
So you're suggesting that Liquid be given access to console commands and be allowed to spawn a Darkseer so they can get all the heroes to get Chakra?
I think if Liquid could just now, like, if they spawned, like, I don't know, 3 Roshes to fight for them, I'm not even sure that would actually be enough at this point. There's now a sight on Iceberg.
Yeah, and he's had that in charge with the last fight as well. It just dishes out so much damage. Moving in, Sun's going to come out. BKB was used. He used the Hex now, rolling. Tiger, he's trying to break up the fight and keep them away from re-engagement. V2's going to get crossed, though. They do bring down the Void. He's dead again. Alongside Tiger, Insane will be melted through as well as the GG comes out. They finally submit. It is defeat. It is a 1-1 storyline. We're going to need to go to game 3.
Yeah, I mean, if they had those 3 Roshes right in that fight, you know, a couple of stomps, a couple of slaps, some bashes here and there. No, but I mean, they just got way too far behind. I think the Faceless Void, I think he got caught off guard way too many times. He was, yeah, like you said, he died multiple times in that same kind of triangle area, right? He just kept getting picked off by the Beastmaster, the Hawk, and they kind of just lost their advantage when they let the Slark come into the game and just beat down some of these heroes.
I think that was just generally the story, like the Slark Faceless Void comparison, and the really big difference is no matter like how this would have turned out, V2 definitely netted himself a participation ribbon, and even more so with 1307 finishing with KDA. Whereas Mike, he doesn't really even get a participation ribbon in this one. It felt like every time Liquid got an item, and they should be able to make a player's 5 and Chronos off cooldown, Mike is just sitting there looking for the next item.
Yeah, I think the one thing that's pretty awkward with their lineup is the fact that they're incredibly heavily invested into magical damage. It's pretty much only the Void that has physical damage, and they don't really have, you know, he doesn't have any wave clear on the Faceless Void, and they give him this lane where it's gonna be pretty much a very rough lane because the Skywrath doesn't have any sort of wave clear. So I really didn't like the Sky pick because it doesn't help the Void in the lane, and he's sort of going to be the big boy in this game. He's supposed to be the big boy for them in the game, and they gave him sort of a shit lane. I think that makes their game quite difficult.
Feels like the story of the series so far. Game 1, V2, we kind of focused on that Manta purchase, how that didn't work out. Game 2 now, a question of if Mike's keyboard is missing an R key or not. Hopefully game 3, we're going to see flawless, almost flawless, because someone will have to lose performances out of both possible ones. And we're going to get a very close game here. And all that could happen after a short break.